Hey yo, what's going on everybody locked into the stream? Welcome, welcome. How are we doing? Hopefully you can hear me all good. Is the audio coming through okay? Are we sounding good? Are we sounding crisp? Let me double check if we've got transcoding options. Yeah, we have. Yo, what's going on, Jamie? Cheese, welcome to the stream, lads. How are we doing? Can you hear me all good? Awesome. Brilliant! Oh, it's warm again today. None of the AC kicking a little bit, man. Cool things down. Spicy in here. So today, we're going to be checking out the Throne and Liberty beta for a little bit. We're going to play that. Maybe check out Flintlock. We're probably going to need to jump onto Zenlist, get our dailies done as well, if we can squeeze it in. I am late. I was supposed to get live about 2 o'clock, but I was procrastinating. Not going to lie, I've just been kind of being a lazy fuckface, if I'm honest. But if there's any day you can do it, it's on your birthday, isn't it? So that's my excuse. But yeah, we're going to check out a couple of videos, and then we're going to jump into the game as well. Oh, not a good idea that I'm drinking a warm cup of tea as well. Well, obviously, I want to drink a cold cup of tea, but you know, making me hotter. Stream's looking okay. Great then. So my mic at a decent level, yeah? Not too quiet. Oh my god, dude. It's so freaking warm. Scared. Scared. Stick my face in front of the AC. Yeah, let's go as well. And to everybody who's been watching the videos on the channel, really do appreciate it. If you haven't done as well, guys, you should go check out the new videos on the channel. You know, quick plug. They've been doing really well, actually. Quite often now, breaking a K views, which is good. This one's really started off quite well as well. Make sure you guys can see what I'm talking about. Actually. See what I'm talking about. Run normally. There she blows. So yeah, man. Shout out to everybody. Definitely getting the theme with the thumbnails as well, which I'm liking. I'm actually quite pleased with thumbnails. Yeah, shout out to everybody who's been watching the videos. I appreciate you very much. Alright then. I think before we hop into any games, we're going to check out a couple of videos, okay? First one I want to watch is Zenly Zone Zero, a complete failure. Let's check that out. I think it's Tectone reacting to another creator. So I guess we'll react to Tectone reacting to somebody else. So bit of a reacception. Is Zenly Zone Zero a complete failure? I'm going to say off the bat, probably not, considering how many downloads it's had. But hey, maybe there's something I don't know. Maybe there's something I don't know. Hold on a second. Let's change that scene over. Where are we? Let's make sure everything's all good. Okay, yeah, all right, let's check out this video from Tectone reacting to somebody else. Is Zenly Zone Zero a complete failure? Let's see what he's cracking.
It was already looking terrible. You know it's not looking terrible? Pressing the like button and subscribing right now.
True, you know? Go check out Tectone's content. You probably have if you're watching this video. But, you know, drop a like on my video as well.
What does Kazahana have to say about this? Is there any way to indicate what revenue they already have? I'm actually not sure. I thought it was all...
I'd heard that they'd made like $25 million within the first few days, but I've had no information that that's been confirmed. I don't know if that's been released by Hoyo or that's just kind of assumptions. I'm not too sure, but it's been widely reported on some websites, which I think is pretty insane. Actually, I didn't think the game would do that much that quick. If I'm honest, I thought this was probably going to be a slow burner for Hoyo, but 50 million plus downloads is insane.
Already on the same track as Wuthering Waves, but we'll see.
Has been out for just over 2 days now,
okay,
and it's been a kind of funny ride. So Zenless Zero.
Okay, we'll restart. Erase time.
And it's been a kind.
And what the Tecton just said there as well, he's already on the level of Wuthering Waves. That's not surprising though, is it? Like, Hoyo is the behemoth in this space, so whenever they drop something, you know there's going to be a lot of people playing it and then paying it as well. It's just going to happen, isn't it?
Kind of funny ride, I'll be honest. If you've seen some of my previous videos, you've probably seen me talk about the Chinese review on Zenless Zero and how it wasn't accepted that greatly. And I definitely thought...
I think that's been a general consensus across the world. This game has split the community down the middle in the gacha scene and in the content creator scene, and especially in the Hoyo scene. I think content creators were a lot easier on this game than a lot of the general audience was, if I'm honest. I've seen a lot of creators who've been quite warm towards the game. I think most people kind of had the same initial response to it, that it wasn't a great starting when you first started playing. I think everybody thought it's too easy, it's too simple, it's a little bit of unga bunga. And then as people continue to play it, it's like, it's not so much that, and people seem to have come around a lot more, which is interesting, but still people are quite divided on it. I see a lot of people just absolutely hating on the game, which I think it's a decent game, but I totally understand why some people don't like the game though.
Over in NA and EU, that would be a lot different, but it seems like a lot of the players are sharing the same sentiment, with also a lot of creators being kind of mixed on their feelings on Zenless Zero, and also mixed on their feelings whenever they compare it to other gacha games. Now,
I think, again, I think content creators have been a lot more positive than the general community, in my opinion.
The creator experience that I'm seeing is a lot of creators started the game and were talking about how bad it was, and
Agreed.
then a lot of them have changed their mind. And I'm not going to...
Just as I was saying, this is what I've seen. I went through this myself, actually. I genuinely went through this experience myself emotionally. I always found the game fun at the start, but I was a lot more negative to a lot more of the mechanics of the game, the combat, the TV system right at the start. I then came to enjoy the combat system when you find there's a little bit more nuance to it, when you start to do a little bit more difficult content. And I've also come to enjoy the TV system as well. I just don't like the way the TV system's applied in the story of the game, but it's actually a decent mechanic if you ask me.
Call them hypocrites. I don't think changing your mind is hypocrites.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I think if people are not allowed to change their mind, that's just ridiculous. People do have that attitude though. I've seen it a lot with Hex Juice, and I think because Hex didn't really like the game when she first started playing, and was kind of called out a little bit by Tecton, and now she enjoys the game, and everybody's kind of said, well, it's just because Tecton called you out on it, which I don't think is a fair assumption really, because a lot of the stuff that she said about the game, the negatives, were definitely fair points to make. And again, I had the same feelings myself, how the game kind of brought me around massively. I found the game fun at the start anyway, but it brought me around massively, and I think most people have kind of gone on that journey as well.
I think a hypocrite, for its proper definition, is usually a person in the process of change. But I know a lot of people have come around to Zenless Zero. My expectations are not really being impressed at all. My opinion is still around the same. I would still give it a 6.5 out of 10. But a lot of people who hated this game now like it. However, that might...
I'd agree with that. I'd say it's about a 6, in my opinion. It's
also be because...
It's not a bad game. It's not a great game. It's just a decent game. It's a very fun game, and it's got beautiful animations and great characters and all that sort of stuff. But it's just a decent game, which, in my opinion, a 6 out of 10 is a decent review. It's above average. If you're going to look at 5 is average. I think a lot of people, if it's below an 8, it's a bad game. Although I don't review games, but my personal scales, when I see people doing a 10 scale, 5 is average. It's bang in the middle. Anything above that, it's pretty decent.
Because this game was met with such intense hatred, and a lot of streamers' opinions are heavily influenced by their chat, which is very normal. And I think a lot of the hate watch...
Agree with that. I definitely think that as a streamer, if the watchers, the viewers are not enjoying the game and they voice that, I think it definitely alters your experience of the game, because obviously just playing a game on your own is definitely different to streaming a game. And I think when there's a lot of more negative emotions and viewpoints being expressed to you quite a lot while you're streaming, even as a small streamer. You know, it does kind of, I think it maybe jades your view of a game, and it kind of adds a little bit of a bias, and then you start to see more of the negatives as well. It's hard to pull yourself out of that, I think. But I kind of think majority of the community who dislike the game and who now like the game went on the same journey. I think even the people who really like Zenless Zone Zero can see why people had issues with the game initially. And then there's some people who are just like, dude, I only installed the game after an hour, which is totally fair.
Watchers, rather than bitching in chats, have now just completely left. And now I think due to the absence of people screaming, shitting, and crying in their chat, I feel like they're more open to liking the game. Because I'll be real, it was very hard to like the game when people would go live and just get screamed with, the game's fucking terrible! And you can think the game's fucking terrible. That's absolutely fine, but I'm just saying the way that affects streamers' mentality.
I definitely agree with that. But I also think it's just part of the process with this game. I think, people have come round because the game kind of does that to you, if you ask me.
Either the YouTube comments are affecting their Twitch. And by the way, once again, appreciate you guys. Let's keep on going to the video. This has been a very heated topic in Zenless Zone Zero. And once again, you have to acknowledge, I could have...
As I said, I've said this multiple times, this game has really divided the gacha community and the Huyo community and just gamers in general. And people have been really vocal about it as well.
100% been all aboard the gravy train and said Zenless Zone Zero is garbage. And I know some of y'all might not agree, but I do try to keep it very fair. But everybody's entitled to not liking the game. But it does make me happy that people aren't stuck in their ways. And even though they said one thing, they're okay with being open and being open to the game getting better. Not that I give a fuck about Zenless Zone Zero, but I think we've matured a lot as a community because a lot of people pick one stance and then never fucking change. But when
people do get tied to the bias sometimes, especially if they've made public statements as well. You see that not even just with streamers, just with people in general. Once they've made that public statement, they've got to stick to it now. They've said this, and it's like, I've made this point now and I can't back off it because that somehow means I'm wrong in the point that I made. You can have valid opinions and on something that makes you dislike it initially, and those opinions can still be valid, and then you can turn to like a game. Those opinions can still be there. You might change your viewpoint, but, you can like something and still have criticisms of it, and I think a lot of people that do that, they make those criticisms. And there might be fair criticisms, there might be not, but then they get tied to them and they're like, well, I can't walk it back now.
New information is presented with
stupid.
New experience is presented. I think it's absolutely fine to pivot your stance. Absolutely. But before we continue, today's video is sponsored by Snowbreak Containment Zone. Have you ever dreamed of saving the world from a dystopian future? What about doing it while being a badass sci-fi waifu? Well, strap into this RPG third-person shooter and join the squad of heroines in Snowbreak Containment Zone. Customize your
game has gone full on degen and I love it. It's insane how degenerate this game's gone now.
Team with unique characters, upgrade your futuristic firearms and blast
jiggle physics
through
in this game is
waves of
insane.
enemies in style. You can choose to do.
One thing I said about this game as well, obviously this is just a total tangent, just talking about this. Obviously this game doesn't have the sort of polish that things like Zenless and Wuthering Waves and, Star Rail have, but I'll give them credit. How the game initially launched, they have really tried, not just in the degenerate stuff, but in terms of like level design and events and this new open world area they've added to the game. They're really trying to change the direction and throw in as much things as they can to try and please people. They're giving a lot of fan service, which sometimes isn't necessarily, obviously it's good because it's why it's good, but it's not always the best thing for the game because it's not actually making the game better itself. But yeah, man, they've been really trying. I'll give them that.
Do it all alone or raid to the wasteland in co-op. Play Snowbreak Containment Zone today and save the future one waifu at a time. And why don't we play a little bit of a trailer to whet y'all's appetite? That's a big ass woman.
I actually want a really good, really polished third-person shooter gacha game as well. Will Huyo be the one to really do that? Because I just think that the space is ripe for the picking.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Dude, you can definitely tell this was taken from a Twitch stream. I swear, some streams look so muddy sometimes, and that's on Twitch because of the bitrate cap, because it's insane how muddy streams can look sometimes.
Not come from that distance is crazy. 3,000! Damn, bro. Hey, I ain't gonna play it handheld. I'm gonna play that shit on PC, to be honest. Feel free to try it out on any platform you desire. And thank you, Snowbreak Containment Zone, for sponsoring today's video.
Obviously, these aren't arguments or
Shut it,
anything. These are
Snowbreak.
just people, you know, explaining their opinions and explaining their opinions on the game. And I just want to say, personally, I don't mind Xenozone Zero. It's fine, but I definitely don't think it's one of
I think that's a really fair view of the game. It is fine. It's a fine game, and that's not bad. Not every game has to be a 10 out of 10. It is a fine game. That's a perfect description of the game, in my opinion. The game, in my opinion.
the best games out there. There is definitely a lot they could improve on.
I agree. I think the game is fine.
But also, there is quite a lot they could improve in Wuthering Waves. But in this video,
For sure.
we're going to be talking about whether Xenozone Zero has succeeded or failed in its...
I think it has succeeded on every front. Let's just double check real quick. It obviously isn't the new big Hoyoverse game, but
I don't know if he's going to get into numbers here, because I'm curious, actually. I think it has succeeded, in my opinion. I think the only way, well, not the only way, but I think the major way that Xenozone Zero failed was kind of showing the game and its nuance and the combat complexity, if that's the right word to use, because it's not exactly complex, but it's a lot more like a fighting game. There's a little bit, there's quite a lot hidden underneath that's not really shown, and that's fine at games. A lot of games are like that, but the game really starts you off in a way that kind of makes it really appear not like that, and the game almost teaches you to play it not like that, which is kind of a weird, it was like a weird way to bring you into the game. It just makes you kind of just play it brainlessly. And of course, that's definitely due to the difficulty early on, but not even just that, just the way the systems are kind of promoted to you at the start of the game as well, which is kind of weird. I think that's one of the major flaws in the game. Obviously, it's got other issues, but I definitely think that is a problem at the start of the game. I think that's why a lot of people were really turned off the game as well, among other issues. I know a lot of people just hate the TV system, but I definitely do think that was a big reason as well.
But nobody, at least anybody who knows anything about trends, the way the Gotchasphere works, the people who are sound of mind weren't expecting it to be. It was always going to be the smallest Gotcha game that Hoyoverse has ever.
Agreed with that as well. Like I said, I've said this multiple times. For me, this game is literally there to keep people in the Hoyosphere. It's to keep people in the universe, basically, in the Hoyo multiverse. It's so when you're done with the new update on Genshin and Star Rail, you come over to Xenozone Zero to fill that little gap and the little cooldown, you know, the lull. And I do think we'll see another Hoyo game very soon. Well, not very, very soon, but, you know, in the near future, that's going to fill that other gap. Because I think if you play all 3 games now, every other week, you'll be getting an update. And if you play 4, you're going to get an update every week, and then there's going to be no reason to go play other gacha games, and then there's going to be that time investment and cash investment, and you know they're gonna have you by the kahunas.
Released, but I'm actually curious to see how small is it in comparison to today's date. Let's just check it real quick. Past 90 days, how's it doing? I'll admit, for right now, man, it's still keeping its head above water, but it is going down every single day. It was about.
That's normal though, isn't it? Really, with trends like that is so normal. But you know, that's really good actually, in my opinion. For what it was always going to be, and how really with how the game's been received by some people, I think that seems like it's still doing really well.
About 70% of the success rate in Wuthering Waves, and it is still dropping off pretty hard. But for right now, it'll probably drop below Genshin in the next week. Yeah, it'll probably.
Damn man, that was Wuthering Waves. Jeez. I did not think that was, because like really now, even on Twitch now, nobody's really watching Wuthering Waves. Obviously, we're in a bit of a content lull again, and I think we spoke about this in the other video with the extended banners. I think that's going to be a bit of a problem going forward for Wuthering Waves. So that's something that can change with updates, but that's interesting.
Probably go around to being a little bit lower than Honkai Star Rail and Wuthering Waves. But I'm also very proud of Wuthering Waves for doing as good as it's doing, for being the only off.
True, it's not a Hoyo game as well. That's one thing people need to remember that as well. I think a lot of people compare everything to Genshin and to Star Rail, and just most things are never going to get there if anything ever gets there. So to even just be a percentage of that, he's doing really well, really.
Brand gotcha game out there. That's not the Hoyoverse monopoly, but yeah, I think it's doing fine.
first couple days of being a gacha game, and we're going to be looking at stuff like analytics and
great.
also the revenue. So before I get to this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it, and also go over to GameStop and use my code Kazo where you can get a ton of cups, tubs, and even more.
I also fucking love GamerSubs. We also have our own code called Code Baldy. That's B-A-L-D-Y. But if you want to use code Kaza, you can. But if you also want to support me, code Baldy. 10% off GamerSubs. It's really good. I recommend the flavors Lean, Coke.
I don't have a code. I don't have a code.
These blowhole blasts. They're so fucking good.
In my last video, I actually released a new anime channel, so if you want to go subscribe to that, that will be down below as well.
Speaking of, I've just started watching One Piece because it's one of the big animes that I've never watched. I watched the Netflix show, kind of did it backwards. Actually just started watching the OG. Well, it is one of the OGs, isn't he? From what was he when he started? 99. I'm only a few episodes in there, but I am enjoying it. I think when I was a kid, I think it was just the art style of One Piece that kind of made me not really want to watch it. And I don't know, I think the stretchy combat of Luffy just kind of made me think, it's just a bit, don't know if I like it, but I'm really enjoying it so far.
I just uploaded my first video. It's done pretty good, and yeah, I just have a fun time making those videos as well. But let's get back into the video. So the first place we're going to be looking at is Google Trends. Now, obviously, Google Trends has been quite an important part whenever it comes to, you know, recognizing how well a gacha game is.
Bro, why you gotta do Tower of Fantasy that dirty, bro? It's crazy that you even put that.
Why even bring Tower of Fantasy into the conversation? That is literally just to show how dead it is and make everything else like, you know, well, at least we're not down there.
That's on the list. That's nuts.
And this
I feel bad for bro.
Now, as you can see here, Wuthering Waves is in blue, Xenosaga Zero is in red, Genshin Impact in yellow, Conquest Star in green.
We already went over this.
Tower of Fantasy just because, you know, this was one.
Whereas
it does show though how massive Genshin continues to be. It had that huge spike, but the maintaining of relevance is ridiculous.
Already broke this down. We'll keep going.
Xenosaga Zero, he played it for a bit, and then he just started, you know, talking about how much he hated the game, which obviously isn't a very good look for Xenosaga Zero.
Once again, I really don't like when people have the mindset of because one creator doesn't like it, it means it's bad.
Facts. Even if a bunch of creators don't like it, people need to really try games for themselves and then come up with their own opinion. It's the same with movies, any sort of content you ingest. You should know this, and if you don't, then you learn. You know, it's sometimes a good barometer, and you can definitely respect some people's opinions, and you can align with some people's opinions, but you've got to try it out yourself. People are hating on Tower of Fantasy. All I hear is just negative stuff about Tower of Fantasy. I'm going to try it out, though. I am still going to play that game. I'm not expecting much, and maybe I'll enjoy it a little bit more because of that. But, you know, I've still got to try the game first before I decide how good or how bad or how mid the game actually is. But a lot of the content creators I watch roast Tower of Fantasy. So, you know, you've got to get things to try yourself.
Bad. I feel like Xenosaga Zero just attacked a niche. And once again, yeah, Asmon really didn't like Xenosaga Zero, and that's okay. I'm like okay about Zenless. But the other thing is
I actually really quite like Zenless. I said, you know, it's a fine game, which it is. Well, subjectively about the game itself, from, you know, trying to look at it as a video game, it's a fine game. I can't really give it more than that. I'm not going to say it's like a 9, but I really genuinely have a lot of fun with Xenosaga Zero, and I do really quite like the game a lot more than what I'm giving it a score, because I can see all the negatives with the game and the actual you know, mechanical side of things and just the game itself. But the game's a lot of fun to play. I have a lot of fun with it.
I'm bored. It's good to pass the time. There's not really anything else out there, and I've already beaten all the other games, right? So we'll go back on the update patch, but it's another game to add to the old content slop. But that being said, Asmon also did say he'd be open to playing it more in the future. But yeah, he's also, you know, he's also farming.
This also surprised me a ton, as Hoyoverse has like actually really tried with the advertising for Xenosaga Zero. They put out so many trailers,
advertised so much,
so many different things to.
Yeah, dude. In I think it's like places like Korea and Singapore and that. The advertisement is insane that Hoyo put out. Like subway, trains, absolutely plastered in all the characters, huge billboards on the side of skyscrapers, like big installations in city centers. It's absolutely wild. You just don't really see that sort of stuff in this part of the world, unless it's for things like you know, like the Spider-Man game and things like God of War. They tend to get those sort of things like down in London. You see these big installations, like I think there was one for Spider-Man in like New York and London, the big thing with the trucks, and had like the people in like cosplay dressed as the New York policeman standing around it and all that sort of stuff.
Advertised the game, but it still hasn't reached the heights of Wuthering Waves yet. And even going back to the creator thing, they actually like sponsored a ton of like creators that don't really play gacha games, but are still massive on.
I think for me personally, I think it seems to be doing it. People definitely seem to be speaking about it a lot more, but obviously Wuthering's been out a bit longer now and it's in a content lull. And I think it's just the thing to farm at the moment because there's a lot of division in what people think about the game as well. So yeah, you know, that's probably a good reason why I'm seeing a lot more of that. And plus, I play the game. YouTube's going to recommend a lot of that stuff to me because I'm searching for it. So yeah.
Twitch and YouTube to play Xenozone Zero and give it that boost, but it just seems like that wasn't enough to save it. So would you have to wait and see in the next couple of days?
Yeah, man, I think that's a bit harsh. It wasn't enough to save it. Maybe, obviously this is an anecdotal thing, but I feel like the game seems like it's doing really well, actually. It feels like that. Obviously, if the trends are saying something a little bit different, you know, is definitely a factor, but you know, I think it's going to be fine in the long run. I think it's going to be fine.
Days and over the week to see if Xenozone Zero will pick up again and will reach this peak which Wuthering Waves reached. But honestly, I just don't really see that happening. It's gone down, and
I think it potentially will, but I think once we get the next big update, and if they really do listen, obviously it's Hoyo, so we don't know. I think if maybe they remove a bit of the TV system from the story, not from the game, just from the way the story's told and use it as a storytelling vehicle, and add in some really interesting, intriguing endgame content, and really do a good job of showing the combat systems a little bit better so that people actually think there's a little bit more to it, because there is, but the game really doesn't show that when you first start playing. I think that's a major flaw in the game, and I think that's a lot of the reason why people are just not that interested, because they think it's just so, you know, simple, linear, and just has no nuance either.
And I think it's going to keep getting lower and lower and lower. And who knows, maybe it'll be underneath Wuthering Waves, maybe it'll be above, maybe...
It'll be below Honkai Star Rail and Wuthering Waves, but...
Okay. I don't know, you know, I think this next update, 1.2, is a massive factor for Wuthering Waves. It depends on the new area, the new zone, how well that's done, how the story picks up, things like the voice acting, and just like stuff to do mid-update as well, and whether we start to get smaller kind of FOMO updates thrown into the larger, you know, larger chunk of the update, because I think that's where Wuthering Waves is struggling a little bit for me at the moment.
For the people who enjoy it, I do think it's not going to end a service, right? But yeah, it will be the most casual playing of all games, which they did intend that they want people to leave and come back. But yeah, it will not be.
I'll say that some of the devs did say that beforehand anyway. And I think that's exactly what I was going back to what I said before. It's designed to keep people in the space, in the sphere, in the Hoyo universe, the multiverse. You know, you're off Genshin and you're off Star Rail, you come on to Xenozone Zero, and then you just go back to them. And I think they designed the game to kind of work like that, really.
As good as Wuthering Waves or Honkai Star Rail. And it is a shame, because I do think Wuthering Waves is the best gacha game ever created.
I think I agree with that, actually. Well, yeah, I definitely agree with that. I love Wuthering Waves. I'm an Andy. I'm a Wuthering Waves Andy. The game is great.
But due to the fact that it doesn't have Hoyo versus marketing, it will also be around the same relevancy as Honkai Star
I agree with that as well.
Rail, even though I do believe it is better than Genshin Impact. But that, once again,
I wonder if it will. I don't know. Will it be around the same sort of relevancy? Well, I suppose, though, because looking at the graph there with Star Rail, it's quite low, actually, isn't it, really? Especially compared to Genshin. Genshin still absolutely crushes it, doesn't it? It continues to absolutely smash it.
That could just be my opinion. Well, that is my opinion, and that's most likely not the general public perception. But I do think if you were to get a player today and get them to play Genshin Impact and get them to play Wuthering Waves, I do think the majority would choose to stick around Wuthering Waves. However,
I think I agree with that as well. Obviously, if they actually came in totally blind, you know, with no outside stimulus of you know, the past, if they just got to play both games totally blind and played let's say the first version of the game, 1.0 of both games, I think I agree with that as well, yeah.
Marketing is marketing, and that's why Hershey's has dominated the chocolate space, even though, shout out to Mr. Beast, I do think Feastables is better.
It's got a little bit more like longevity.
Yeah.
Neither hold a candle to Cadbury's, just saying.
So the game, although it didn't have an explosive start, will stay pretty good all around and stay on top. But who knows, really? It's really hard to tell. But so far, it is really not looking good for Xenozone Zero. Now, we've also got this article too.
Oh, that's cap. It's fine. It's fine. The game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's not doing fine. Really, it's probably not going to be at the levels of obviously Genshin and Star Rail, but even if, as I said before, if it does just a percentage of that and stays at that, it'll be doing fine. There's lots of other gacha games in the space that nobody hears about that are doing absolutely fine. They're killing it. It's got a lot smaller budget as well, I would imagine. So, you know, they're going to be absolutely fine. It's gonna continue to print cash for Huyo. Yeah, the game will be fine.
Doesn't need to be as successful as the other 3 games. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
Right? Tower of Fantasy is like 1/40th the success of Genshin Impact, and it's still fine. Plus, Zenless Zone Zero should be the cheapest to make out of all of them because it's not open world, it's instance world, and the majority of the overworld is just going into TVs, which is way less production cost. So it's completely fine. It really is. People need to understand just because the gacha is.
And I think if Huyo was smart, they won't expect it to be that, because that's where a lot of Western developers mess up, is they expect every game to be, they compare it to other games and they're like, right, we have got to hit these sort of numbers, and it's just not going to happen. Not every game is going to be that, and not every game has to be that, and consumers don't expect every game to be that sort of massive experience. You know, there's space for, that's why indie games do so well. There's space for different kinds of games, and again, as Tecton says, if it does even a small percent of that, it's going to be totally fine. It's going to make them a crap ton of money, and the game will continue to get reinvestment and content coming out as well.
In the top 10 gacha for revenue, it doesn't make it a failure. It all depends on what it does for the
I think Zenless will be in the top 10. I think it'll probably say that as well, personally.
The company, which does promote Hoyoverse's business model, which is creating a whole world of different games to absorb people into the Hoyoverse, as well as makes money far more. If you put in $5 and you get $1 million back, that's great. If you put in $5 and you get $20 back, that's still a success. You're getting more than what you're putting in. And as long as you're getting more than what you're putting in and that covers business cost, it is a success. But a lot of people think, oh, well, it's not making $1 million billion, so it's a failure. I'm not saying that's what he's saying. However,
be hard to tell, but so far it is really not looking good for Zenless Zone Zero.
It is absolutely looking fine for Zenless Zone Zero.
I agree with that as well. I think that's a little bit, you know, a little bit of an extreme viewpoint. Totally fair to say. Obviously, it's opinion. Yeah, I agree with that. It's going to be fine, man. It's going to be fine.
It is. I just want to make that very clear. It is. Like, mathematically, let me know how I'm wrong. But yeah, it's
game
fine.
is still going to bring cash.
This article too from Game World Observer. I don't really know who they are, but it seems like they are some kind of gaming news.
Well, that's fair then. You know, I don't know where they are, but you know, they've probably got a fair. They've probably got a you know, it's probably facts. It's probably facts.
Site, and it says Zenless Zone Zero generates 3.7.
Not that just because you don't know a space or a website doesn't mean that, you know, they haven't got some good journalism to give you.
$1 million
I don't know why I struggled with that sentence so much. It sounded so bad as well.
on mobile launch in 24 hours. How it compares to launches of Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. Obviously, this is an extremely useful article to
See, I wouldn't imagine. Well, I suppose from a investor's standpoint, that will be something that they do compare. But I don't think the Hoyoverse are going to compare that so much. This is the thing that we're going to do, is compare it to Genshin and compare it to Star Rail. It's mental to compare it to Genshin because of the COVID buff. Insane buff. Absolutely insane. Ridiculous DPS. Star Rail as well was the second game in that Hoyo mega world, you know, so that was always going to do really well as well. You know, we're a little bit further on now. Things have changed in the world. There's a lot more gacha games out there. There's so many more that are doing, you know, actually decent revenue, and there are good experiences as well. So there's a lot more competition now. So it was never going to be the same as those. So it's kind of crazy to try and compare them, really. But you know, it's a fair thing to do, I guess.
let us know how well Wuthering Waves is doing, and you can see
I believe that's very similar to the money that Wuthering Waves made, but I'm not sure.
it's done $3.69 million, which is just amazing. It says China was the #1 country by revenue, accounting for 57.6% of the total, which was to be expected as Hoyoverse is a massive game in China. And then the top 5 regions also include Japan.
This is why all these this big drama over the racism thing in the West is just never going to matter to Hoyo. They don't care. They're gonna please the Chinese fan base because it's a Chinese company, and you know, China's China, and you know what I mean, in how they look at things, in that sort of stuff. And at the end of the day, if over half of the revenue comes from that region. That's going to be the most important region to them. And that's why I'm hopeful for Wuthering Waves as well, at least listening to some of the stuff that comes from the West, because it seems like it's a little bit more spread out. That might change, you know, that definitely might change. But it just seems that Kuro definitely listen to the global audience a little bit more as well, which is great for us as well, if you're a fan of the game.
With 19.7%, the US with 11%, Hong Kong with 2.5%, and Taiwan.
Dude, I was actually surprised when I keep seeing the numbers of how big gacha games are in Japan, and I know that mobile games are a lot bigger, because you know, like the Wii is bigger in, or the Switch, sorry, is bigger in Japan, and mobile gaming is a lot bigger in Japan. The consoles don't seem to be so big, and I think PC as well. But I was really surprised by how much Japan spends on gacha games as well. It was actually, I genuinely thought for the most part the US would be second.
With 1.8%. So again, the game has gone global like Hoyoverse likes to do with a lot of their games. I mean, it's pretty big in the US too. 11% is still a lot. Same with Japan, Hong Kong, Taiwan. But what's quite surprising here is that Xenosaga Zero had over 47.5 million pre-registers, which is pretty new. But this tells us that only 5.9 million people have downloaded it on iOS or Android. Now, you could make the point that maybe a ton of people downloaded it on PC, but again, it's still really, really low compared to the amount of pre-registration.
I thought the advertisers 50 million plus downloads though. So was the other 45 on PlayStation and PC then?
No, so I think it's because generally the Hoyoverse is very young and very fickle, and they probably bought into the hype and just downloaded it just because it was Hoyoverse, but they realized they didn't give a fuck, right? And like, fuck it, don't care. Also, nice ass.
So maybe people just got bored.
Dude, the police officer's ass is so insane.
Or people just
Dude, it is. That's a new character that's coming out soon. Yeah, insane.
weren't interested after they pre-registered, or maybe there is the potential that Hoyoverse may have botted a lot of their pre-registration numbers to make
Possible. I don't think that though. I don't know, maybe, but I don't think that's true.
it look like the game was actually hyped. But hey,
I mean, that's very much a reality for sure, but there's no confirmation and we'll never be able to prove that.
Okay. I suppose it, you know, I'm like, well, why would they do that? But then again, you know, it makes the game look like it's a bigger thing. It's hype. Other people do get pulled into that. Same thing with streams. People get attracted to big streams. The more people that are chatting, people just get pulled in anyway. So yeah, you know, it's a fair assumption. But I'd probably I'm tending to lean that I think that most of those are genuine downloads just because of how big Hoyo is.
But I think speculation is fine.
we'll never know how much less downloads we got after that many pre-registrations. It says that the US leads in installs with 879,000, almost 15% of the total, followed by China with 13%, which is kind of insane to be honest. It means that a lot of people in the US have Xenosaga Zero installed, and that it's actually much bigger over in the West. But the fact is that China is spending more money on the game because that's what the overall Chinese do. There is a lot of whales in that community.
Of course. Yeah, spending culture between Western and Eastern cultures is so fucking different.
That's the way games have been going for a while though in China, hasn't it? Because of, I think, with the laws of way that, you know, the amount of time that people can spend gaming and the way the games are designed all around that, games for a long time have kind of been designed to, you know, pay to progress, pay to win, all that sort of stuff. It's just culturally seen as something that's fine. So it's going to make sense that that's going to transition into games like gacha games, which have a predatory system that they're going to likely be willing to spend more money at the start and then get drawn into that cycle of FOMO anyway. So yeah, it makes sense.
Western fucking hates pay to win. Eastern is like, oh, thank God, I can play.
Exactly. You know, you've only got to look at the First Descendant, how crazy people get. Free-to-play games got microtransactions. What the, you know? Like, well, of course. And I think I'm a lot easier on that stuff. For me, as long as it doesn't mean something's taken out of the game and then put back in after a purchase is made and it makes the game slower, more boring, and it just makes it worse. I genuinely don't mind. As long as the game's fun, I'll happily spend a little bit of cash in a game. If I can get more than 20 hours in a game, I genuinely don't mind putting a little bit of cash into the game because I see that as a good return on money, really. And if you've got 100 hours out of a game, I think it's totally fair to drop a bit of cash into it. You don't have to, of course, if you don't want to. And obviously, if the systems are designed to force it, then that sucks. But, you know, if it's just for fun little extra things that make the game more enjoyable or you a little bit more powerful, and that's totally fine, in my opinion, because 100 hours for, let's say, if you put 40 quid into a game, that's a good return on your time, in my opinion.
Less so I can work more, fucking awesome. But I think that's because traditions are much more strict over in the East, and business minding and being career focused is a lot more promoted. So people are looking for any chance to game, and if they can spend a couple dollars to stay relevant in their favorite games, I think that's fine.
Seems like
I don't think if it's just a business idea. I think it's just a culture of, being promoted to people to be more productive in their life in general, to not be sitting in front of a computer just absolutely melting every day and molding at stuff that really doesn't matter. They want people to go out and touch grass as well.
Though a lot of people in the US are downloading the game, they're probably spending a lot less money on it. But again, that's also pretty good for Xenozone Zero just being a very global game. And then finally, we have the comparison between the
As I say, the way that Zenless is built as well, I think it'll start to really pull Chinese players in even more over time because it doesn't take much time to get you what you want out of it, and I think more people will get drawn into that and they'll start spending more. Like I say, it's going to be fine on the money, but I think it's going to actually be better than fine. I think it's going to do really well, I do, especially in China.
The Hoyoverse games, with Xenozone Zero actually coming out on top of both of these games. Genshin Impact only making 1.1 million and Honkai Star only making 1.1 million as well. Whereas Xenozone Zero, as we said, made 3.6 million, which is
I don't know if that's real.
And it's kind of surprising to see, especially after looking at that Google
We'll
Trends
see.
thing. You'd expect there to be a lot more money coming in for Genshin Impact.
I don't know about all that.
Much bigger release, but I think a lot of people have gotten used to Hoyoverse now, and Hoyoverse has been around for a while, so people are spending more money on the game because they've done a lot of good advertising, and I think that's mainly what it is. A lot of the advertising for the characters, it's much more prevalent.
People have been groomed into it though as well. Like if you are a gacha player and you've been playing gacha games for a few years, you're just a lot more likely to spend money right off the bat. Whereas when you initially got into the space, you test it out, you kind of get a feel for what the game's all about, the mechanics, the systems, all that sort of stuff. You start to learn things, and then you're like, all right, okay, maybe I spend a bit of money now to get what I want. You know exactly what you're going to get. You know the systems, whether the names are changed and they've got a new slap of paint, and you're going to be a lot more willing to spend money right off the bat, aren't you?
So people are spending to pull a character on the banner, compared to Genshin Impact and Honkai Star, which maybe didn't have as much, and so that means people spent less. Obviously, this is only the first 24 hours, so this might go down, and the Genshin Impact and Honkai Star revenue might have went up. And yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see how it does long term. Yeah, overall, it's not looking great for Xenozone Zero in terms of popularity.
Again, I just got to disagree with that. I think it'll do absolutely fine. Maybe popularity won't be, obviously, it's not going to be as big as Genshin and probably not as big as Star Rail. That's just a fact. They're just behemoths. And maybe it won't even be as big as Wuthering Waves. I think that'll probably be where it's more comparable. I think it'll probably be as big in revenue, maybe even bigger, just because it's a Hoyo game. And I think on updates, it probably will be bigger on Twitch and all that sort of stuff. I genuinely do. I guess time will tell. But I think Wuthering Waves has kind of dropped off quite a lot on Twitch, whereas Genshin continuously holds people, which Wuthering Waves isn't so much. But only time will tell, I guess. These are a lot of assumptions that we're coming up with that we can't really know until once 6 months has passed on both Zenless and Wuthering Waves. You can look back then and be like, okay, all right, there's a real trend here, or there isn't.
In terms of revenue, they're doing pretty good at the moment. I'll give them.
Yeah, that seems good if that's true. I do think it is going to be fine to judge their revenue at the end of July, and I think they'll for sure be in the top 5 of gacha games.
Yeah,
I know Dokkan Battle's having a crazy event, but I don't think it's going to set any records whatsoever. And I do think the revenue is going to fall off tremendously because the 1.1 units look fucking terrible, and I'm also pretty sure they might be giving.
I don't even know what the 1.1 units actually look like, actually.
One of those for free, but I'm not entirely sure on that. But the next upcoming banner just look really fucking mid.
Than that, over 3 million is actually insane. I just can't wait to see what's going to happen in the future. Yeah, just let me know down in the comments whether you think Xenozone Zero is going to succeed over time, or do you think it's going to crash down and maybe be at the level of Tower Fantasy, which.
Nah, I just don't think that's going to happen. Hey, I might be proven wrong. I just do not think that's going to happen in any form. Relevancy in terms of searches on the internet, streams, content, you name it. And I definitely don't think it's going to be in that space in terms of revenue. I think it's going to be easily top 10 every single month, potentially top 5 at least for a while. Obviously, when updates happen and new banners, and if they're really good, it's going to peak back up. But I think it's going to do absolutely fine. And, who knows what the future holds with things that they implement into the game. If it does have a really good start, maybe we'll see some massive explosion in terms of what we're getting, and it might start to trend on the upwards.
Has been very, very, very low in the search terms recently. That's about all.
Dude, I swear, everybody loves to freaking roast Tower Fantasy. It's like say, I've got to try the game, man, because it just gets shit on in pretty much every gacha video we watch when people are talking about success and failure. It seems to be the poster girl of failure, in the sense that I think most people expected a lot more out of it. And I think it was just handled badly from what I get from a lot of people, really, more than anything.
It'll always be more relevant than Tower of Fantasy because Tower of Fantasy has the curse of being a fucking MMO and a gacha, which is just so fucking niche. And like MMOs always fucking die off on mobile devices, bro. True. Like that being said, there's so many.
For the most part, most MMOs die off anyway. You know, you've got World of Warcraft, you got Final Fantasy. Obviously, you got a bunch of others that have done well over the years, but most MMOs, they'll have a decent launch, decent amount of players, and then within a month or two, they have fell off hard. It's a niche space anyway. MMOs are, but yeah, most just really do fail hard. To be fair.
A fuck ton of money, but yeah, I don't think there's been a
hard
single
to make
successful,
as well.
Truly overwhelmingly successful anime MMORPG in a very long time. At least anything that broke the WoW or Final Fantasy 14 barrier. But yeah, it just MMOs on fucking mobile games or mobile phones just fucking suck. Like I don't want to.
Dude, my opinion, most games that are trying to be anything like Wuthering Waves or Genshin or an MMO anyway, I think they suck on mobile personally. I see so many people showing off supposedly amazing phones with look how great this look, and I'm like, you know what, when I was a kid, I'd looked at that and it blew my mind. I suppose for kids it's a lot better, but I'm still like, just dude, that looks ass to me. It looks terrible, and it's on a tiny screen, and it's just like, yeah, not feeling that.
Have my partners just lose
runs
because
like
their
shit.
Internet service just fucking falls out. Fuck that. That being said, Tower Fantasy still is keeping their head above water and making a lot of money, so it is still fine.
What I got for this video.
It's obviously done well enough for them to decide to invest money into a new game in Neverness to Everness, which looks amazing, by the way. So it's done well enough that it's allowed that particular company with its devs to actually do something else, or it's been seen as decent enough to attract more investment to allow them to make something else. So, you know, I'd argue that that's a success in a way.
As I said, if you enjoyed it, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. And also go over to Gamersubs and use my code Keza. As I said, it's down in the link below.
Dude, good plug.
10%
Code Baldy.
Cups, tubs, and so much more. Yeah.
Again,
good plug.
I don't have a code.
Next one. That's all.
Great video. I fucking love this dude's channel. Makes very, very, very good videos. Go support Kazehana. Great video, good insight. Always very fun to talk about the success or the lack of success for gacha games. But yeah, good fucking video. Like the video, boys. See you on the next one. Peace.
Yeah, it was a good video. Definitely some good information. I think I've just got to disagree with that. I don't think it's been a flop at all, personally. I think it's been very divisive in terms of what people think of the game, that's for sure. It's not going to be as big as Genshin. It's not going to be as big as Star Rail. I don't think it was ever designed to be or expected to be as big as those two. If it ever did, I think they would just be incredibly happy about that. I think the cost of the game is infinitely smaller than those two, and the revenue was expected to be infinitely smaller as well. I still think it's going to be absolutely massive in terms of the revenue it's going to bring in for them, and the return on investment as well might be brilliant for them because it's going to be cheaper for them to continue to update and actually originally make as well. And like I say, again, I think it'll genuinely sit in the top 10 easily, potentially in the top 5 for a while. And, you know, obviously when updates happen, it's going to have spikes of relevancy and spikes of cash flow as well. I think it's going to be totally fine. You know, not everything has to be on those levels at the end of the day. It's like in like the shooter space and everything expecting, oh, if we don't get to Call of Duty levels, then it's a failure. And it's like, well, you're going to fail every time then because you're rarely, if ever, going to get to those sort of levels, are you? You know, it's just not going to happen until that game drops off to the point where it's a lot smaller and then something else can be the new hot shit, you know? It's like Fortnite. You know, really, after that, there's never really going to be a Battle Royale beyond Warzone, really, that is going to get up there, and trying to base your success or failure on those numbers is just going to mean you're always going to see an absolute failure. Yeah, great video. So yeah, we did a little bit of reaction to a reaction there. But, I'll definitely have to check out. I think I might have subscribed to. I think I might have actually subscribed to Kazahana. Yeah. So we're already subscribed to Kazahana. So yeah, great video, great original video. I'll link them all in the description. Check them out. And yeah, is Zenly Zero complete failure? No, and I don't think it's going to be either. Changes. We're gonna play some video games in a bit. It's 10 to 9. We ain't played shit. All right. Yeah, lots of comments on the last video I put on. It's good to see. Okay, let's check out this video from Gamba
Oh,
AJ
I like
as
your
well.
funny words, Magic Man. YouTube, what?
Magic Man. What up, brother? All right, let's check this out as well. Curious, huge Wuthering Waves 1.2 update. Kuro is amazing. A bit of glaze in there from Gamba AJ. Let's see if they are truly amazing. I must admit, I'm a massive fan of Wuthering Waves, but I haven't really been keeping up with the drip feed of the content. One, I said this about Changli. We watched a video yesterday where I learned a little bit more about a kit that I didn't even know about, and I kind of like to keep it like that. Sometimes, if I don't like the look of a character, I will look into the kit a little bit more to see whether it's something that I'm going to prep for or pull for. Well, not even so much prep for, but just pull for. Because I really like to just get them and then kind of figure it out. Because I think it gives me a bit more longevity for the game as well. I think when everybody preps for everything and knows exactly what's going to happen and what the kit's going to be and how the character's going to work, and then right away they've got everything set up, it just takes a lot of enjoyment out of the game and makes that experience a lot shorter as well. But, you know, that's Gacha. Let's check out what he's got to say. Huge 1.2 update. Let's have a look.
Yo, YouTube, what's going on? AJ here, back with
Yo,
another
that was
video.
loud.
And in today's video, we just got some brand new news. Massive Wuthering Waves
Brand new.
1.2 changes, as well as a big 1.1 Changli buff. We're gonna address
I've heard about this. I haven't actually seen what it is, but I've seen some stuff on Twitter and just in my feed in general talking about that. So interesting.
all that, and we're going to talk about it right here. As you guys can see, test version content description for CBT 1.2 translated through AI, but let's read everything through. So obviously first we have our 5-star characters Zhang Liao and Gigi. We have their
We need more 4-star characters. Gonna say we need more 4-star characters, and we definitely need some more support characters coming. We need a new healer, and we need some support characters. We definitely do. I feel at the moment the game definitely seems to be leaning more into DPS at the moment, which is not bad for the time being because we've got a small pool of characters. But I think the next characters coming, we need to see some 4-stars coming, and just to make the 5 stars a little bit more special. Because if you keep getting 5 stars, they're not going to be special. Nothing's going to feel, you know, sexy and spicy. And we definitely need another healer that works differently to Verena, but's good, because at the minute, she's just too good not to switch out, in my opinion, in terms of if you need that sort of character. Baiji just doesn't hold a candle to her, even though she's all right. We need a good healer, man, that's going to maybe, you know, change the meta a little bit in that regards.
their 5-star weapon names finally. I don't know how to pronounce it, but you guys can do your best trying to pronounce it right there. Okay.
5-star weapon, what's that? The Zhufang Xuanshu? Yeah, I ain't even going to try that.
Now let's talk about the character adjustment. The res liberation cost for Changli has been reduced from 150 resonance energy to 125. Now guys, if you don't know what that means, was originally they were supposed to give Changli, or you were required to at least try to get 150 resonance energy, at least get to that mark. The only reason I didn't cover that issue, guys, because I heard inklings and rumors of a change, and I'm glad they
See, I didn't even know this. I'm learning this new now. This is why I like to try not to delve too much into stuff, because I think it can take a shine off a character as well if you've heard exactly what there would have been and this is what you get. And it's like, oh, it just doesn't hit the same. But I suppose I'm just a little bit more easygoing in all that stuff anyway. I do like to experience stuff kind of fresh, really. So, yeah.
change it. Essentially, guys, it's basically you just need less energy regen, and it just makes her even better. That's all.
Also, I did mention this when they were talking about the weapon and Zhang Li. I was saying, well, energy regen's probably going to be a good thing for her, isn't it? So, okay, I guess that was obviously something that they seen was an issue then.
All you guys gotta know, it just makes her even better. They buff Changli again. Let's see the next thing. Weapon adjustment. After reaching 14 stacks of Zhuyo, I don't know how to pronounce that, excuse me if I butchered that, scorching feathers, all stacks will reset within 12 seconds, previously 10 seconds. Okay, so we just saw weapon adjustment and a kit adjustment.
It's making it's a little buff for the weapon then, isn't it?
They're looking good. You know what I mean? Everything's looking good so far. Let's go down a little more.
Just making the weapon even more pullable, really. But as again, for me, if you're going for a character, it's worth trying to pull the weapon as well, unless the weapon's just ass. I would like to see as well more weapons coming out that just work with more characters. That would be a good thing, personally, because then, you know, even if somebody doesn't want to pull for the character, they're going to want to pull for the weapon. Because I think at the minute, unless it's a, you know, maybe the frick, what was it? You know, the weapon that had the wrong description. I forgot which weapon it was now. And there was that big hoo-ha over it. People were pulling for that without pulling for characters. But yeah, I think if the weapon is a little bit more, has a bit more general use, I think people are going to pull for a weapon even if they necessarily don't want to pull for a character. And that's obviously going to increase revenue as well.
And let's see what else we have. So, newly added and optimized content in testing. Number 1, themed update for the event mode, Deep Fall Fantasia Feast of Dreams Together. Okay, so I guess we have a new update for this event that's going to be coming out. Cool. Number 2, new co-op defense event.
Interesting.
Wait, we're getting co-op events? Yo,
that's cool. That is cool.
Did the echo chamber
I can't get too excited about that because I haven't played the game in co-op at all. I've been trying to encourage Rosie to maybe play the game. Maybe we could get some enjoyment out of that if she did. You know, well, I don't really play these games co-op at all, but I do. I'm gonna keep trying to get Rosie to play the games. Maybe I can get some enjoyment out of that as well then.
Dream of Electric Sheep. Oh, yo, guys, if we're getting co-op events, that is crazy. A co-op defense.
Oh, hold up. He's going to get to this. I've just seen something there that I'm hyped about. New feature for PC. Some graphics cards can now enable 120 FPS. Let's go. That should mean me because I'm on a 4090, so I would imagine the best graphics card out there should be able to do that. That is a big thing for me because I think with a game that's got this insane combat that WoW's got, higher FPS is brilliant, and there's so many freaking gacha games out there that just lock everything to 60 because of the mobile crossplay stuff, and it's so annoying. I think that's one thing I like about solo leveling. I think I've got that set to 165, which is fucking sweet. But yeah, definitely that's amazing. That's one of the big hypes there for me. I was just saying this the other day, that being 60 FPS annoys me.
Defense event? What does that mean? Is that like, oh my god, is that,
yeah, dude,
like
I'll be down for that now.
Or something, or like not?
I'll be down for that, bro. Welcome to the stream as well.
A raid, I'm sorry. Are we going to be fighting waves or hordes of enemies, like tacit enemies just coming through? No.
I mentioned this the other day as well. That'd be cool. I was saying that this is one thing the game needs to add, is new endgame content that's something that they can pivot on quicker, reset, change, and have more of a replayable effect to it. And wave-based modes are always a good way to go, whether that means that's what that's going to be. But that could be really interesting, actually. Yeah, I'm interested to see what that's all about.
Number 3, new feature, Peerless Missions, Eternal Vigilance. Okay, so I'm assuming, I don't know what that is. Peerless Missions? What is this? Are we getting like...
Are these going to be overworld things that are going to be like some difficult overworld content? Because that's something I'd like to see as well. Because we spoke about this so much recently, about the issues with open world gacha games and open world games in general. Having some overworld hard content that is genuinely just overworld and can maybe be a little bit more on the fly as well would be really cool. And it actually be difficult as well, because it'll give a little bit more reason to give a bit more reason for using the overworld other than just traveling to get echoes, or maybe traveling in between stuff just to pick up your dailies and doing stuff like that, rather than just fast traveling everywhere to instance content. Would be great to see some really difficult overworld content, actually.
More like bonus missions or something like that, character missions or something. I'm not sure what that one is, but it's a new feature. It says new system, setting multiple enemy search mode may be referring to multiple echo.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. I don't think that's necessarily a massive change that you would need, but I guess... So how would that necessarily work? Because obviously at the minute you detect your echoes and then you go follow that and then it goes to another one. Will it give them multiple within a certain radius or something like that? So you can choose which to go for, or you can track multiple echoes all at once. As well as that, yeah, maybe it's that then. You know, when you need to get certain mats and you can just chuck a bunch on and you don't have to like then go back in and detect another one, so you can just like, you know, get it done kind of thing. Okay, that's probably what that is then. That's cool.
Mode. Huh. So essentially it's just gonna mark what, all the echoes on the map or something like that? Like if I was to track, I don't know, let's say one of the wolves or something, is it gonna put all the echoes on the map now? If that's the...
It could possibly be that. I think it'll be maybe multiple different echoes in case you want to just do a bit of farming and don't want to just do one specific echo group, you know, like whether you're going after the spearback or whatever freaking thing it is. But it could be what he's saying as well, actually.
The case, then that's good, because then you don't have to like go from point 1 to point 2. Because I don't know if you guys have
All right, bro.
had this issue before where it like tracks the echo in the nearest place, but then sometimes it'll be like, oh no, go over there, and then it'll send you back the same way that you were originally, and you're like, wait, what?
Okay, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Maybe it will be something like that as well, then. Maybe it's both, actually. It'd be good if it was both, to be fair, because it would just mean a lot less jumping in and out the menus, which is always good, you know. It's never fun to have to keep hopping in a menu, search for something, click it, come back out, go do it, look on the map, go do it, track it, maybe fast travel to the nearest location just to be able to get it all, you know, stack it. It's all on the map, right? Let me just go ping each one off, one after another kind of thing.
Why didn't you let me get this echo? Why don't you mark this echo? And I could have just, I don't know. If you guys know what I'm talking about, you know how it sends you further and come back, then let me know down in the comments.
Yeah, I get what he's saying.
New feature for PC. So
I swear, this is the one that I'm most excited about so far, if I'm honest. That's fucking amazing, man. Like, I've been asking for it for so long. That was one of my biggest gripes with the game. It was 60 FPS in a game like this. It's like, bro, come on. Obviously, if you're on console and you're on mobile, doesn't bother you for the most part anyway, but 120, give it me, baby. Give it me.
Graphics cards now enable 120 FPS.
Dude, I'm going to be so pissed if they turn around and they're like, oh, we've only been able to at the moment get it working on like 3060s or something. Dude, they better not tell me that. Like, because, you know, I got a 4090. I want the 120 FPS, please.
FPS display. Hey, there you go, guys.
Humble
120
brag.
FPS is now available. It is now going to be available.
Stamina storage.
Okay, this is
huge.
huge.
I'm guessing that's going to be our wave plates then, because they were speaking about this before. So we're going to actually get. Okay, that's good then. That's really good, because that's one of the best things that Star Rail implemented. So when you've had a little bit of time off the game, you can come back and you can really do some farming.
If this is all what's true, and it looks like it is, it's. You know what I mean? Well, I'm still going to take some things with a grain of salt.
I'll say we don't exactly know if this is, and some of these could be mistranslations as well.
Revealed. Then yeah, man, this is huge stuff so far. This is huge stuff. Number 6, new feature, stamina storage. Yo, we're finally getting a stamina storage. Now, I'm not gonna lie, for people who don't understand what the stamina storage is, let's say you have to go out for work someday, or you're busy, or you know what I'm saying, like
it stops that FOMO of having to log in every day as well. It allows you just to do something else for a day, because like at the minute, that's one thing I have been doing every single day. I'll get on, I'll get my daily, I'll get my my 90 asteroids, because I pay for the little pass that you pay. What is it, like $4.99 for the asteroid pass? And then I'm like, right, I've got to spend my wave plates because I need my mats. So the idea that I don't have to do that and then I can come on the next day and still do it, that's great.
Like your life stuff just gets in the way. You can't play today, can't burn that stamina. Essentially what ends up happening is, rather than overcapping and not earning anything,
makes it less of a chore as well.
In the stamina meter, now you're going to have this overcap section where it's just going to keep filling it up. The only thing,
I wonder what the max will be. I pray to
God they don't mess this up, because even though HSR, Honkai Star Rail, for those who don't know, has this system, they still found a way to mess it up, because it takes 6 minutes to regenerate 1 point of stamina, whereas in the stamina storage that HSR had, it took 18 minutes to regen 1 point of stamina. So I hope that's not.
Well, I don't know, but I think we can guess just the way Kuro do things. They're going to look at a Hoyo system, and they're going to, you know, make it a little bit better. You know, they're going to make it a little bit easier. They're going to make it a little bit more generous. That seems to be their MO, which is smart. They're the smaller guy. They came out second. You know, you're either first, best, or cheapest. So they need to be best and cheapest, really, to combat the Hoyo dominance. So I'm hoping that it's going to be a little bit more generous, and I would think it will be. I guess we'll wait and see. I'm glazing here, but, you know, hopefully.
Not an issue. I hope that doesn't become what they do. I hope Kuro understands and learns and says, look, hey, you overcap, don't worry. It's still going to be 6 minutes per 1 stamina cost. I believe that's what it is, guys, because I believe 10 is an hour. So hopefully it's 6 per 1. 1 hour equals 60. If they do that, we're good. You know what I mean?
I think they will. If they don't, like, it'll be annoying. But yeah, I'm assuming that's going to be the case. And then that way, then you miss a day, you just get it the next day. If you want to, you know, you're not losing out on anything. Then it's not like, oh, you didn't sign in today, so you're only getting 80% or whatever it is.
Miss a day or two, you go on vacation, you have the stamina stored up, you can grind and catch up immediately back on that day. Plus, it allows people to take a break, come back, and enjoy more, and get to play the game more.
It's true.
All right,
it not only allows you to have a break as well, but when you do come back, you get a lot more enjoyment out of the game because you can go on a nice little farming spree. And I think the more that you're going to spend hours on the game then as well in those little farming, you're kind of more likely to actually spend a bit of cash as well. Personally, me anyway. And I just think the more generous a game is, the more likely I am to spend cash because I just feel like, you treat me good, I'll treat you good, baby.
7, new exploration tool, auxiliary machine shooting.
Interesting.
New exploration tool, auxiliary.
Okay, so this is going to be something like how we've got obviously your grappling hooks a tool and the thing that you can put down that shows up chests and stuff. So auxiliary machine shooting. Interesting. So what will that be then? I can't even try and comprehend what that will be, unless it's, I don't know. But I don't know, maybe there'll be some new kind of puzzles that will require it. How like in some story beats of the game, there was like when you had to use the big gun to shoot the targets. Could it be something like that? I don't know, but yeah, that's I ain't got a clue what that could be.
Machine shooting. What is that? Auxiliary machine shooting. What is that? Is it gonna? So what? We're gonna get a machine gun or something shooting? Are we getting a turret? I don't know what that one is, guys. I don't want to make any predictions.
It's the only thing I could think potentially. Obviously, I might be totally off here, but just with that being in the game already, that turret, maybe there's going to be some sort of implementation into a new mechanic or a new puzzle or something, maybe.
I don't want to make any random guesses and be wrong about it, but I also like to see your guys' insight too. So like I said, engage in the comments. Let me know what you guys think that one is. Number 8, interface optimization, improved display of main screen buffs.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So you're gonna know when you're gonna know more easily when buffs are happening. Then I guess.
Okay, so we're getting more optimizations for the game. Kuro is listening. They're always improving their game. It's good.
Interface optimization though. That's not. I don't think that's necessarily talking about the game running better. It might mean that going into menus might be a little bit more smooth sometimes. And I think it's just going to make things a bit more obvious on screen by the looks of things. Obviously though, this could be wrong. This is translated using AI, which I should imagine is probably better than some people translate as well sometimes. But there could be some issues here.
Listening to feedback, because that's always huge. System optimization, data bank sorting optimization. Question mark, maybe referring to echo page.
Okay, interesting.
System optimization, data banks. Okay. Sorting optimization.
That's just, I'm guessing that's just going to mean that you're going to be able to filter things maybe more specifically, maybe in better groups, maybe save stuff so it's there. I don't know, actually.
So I guess it's just basically going to give us more filters, guys, for the echoes. That way we can like just filter out certain details. But honestly, I think the data bank in itself is kind of simple. If you go just, they're already like 13 each. You just go to that category, find one, track it, right? So I'm not sure what other optimization.
Maybe more customization, as I say, maybe storing, saving stuff so you don't have to keep doing those things. It's there. You can straight into the thing that you've got that you're looking for specifically, group stuff together, all that sort of stuff. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I think that'd be cool.
Optimizations are needed. Let me know if you guys had any nitpicks with the data bank, because I did not understand at all if anybody had any issues with the data bank. I wasn't confirmed or wasn't noted if anybody did. But let's go to the final thing. Mobile performance. I
think it could just be a little bit more specialized in a way, maybe. That's all. It's not really a problem.
Performance optimization.
This is a big thing. Obviously, I don't play on mobile. I'm never going to plan to. But respect to people who do play on mobile. You've got my undying respect for being able to play a game like this on mobile. Insane. Absolutely insane if you can do that and you can actually do it well. I should imagine the game's incredibly hard to play on mobile, but I have been seeing some videos of the game running bad. That's one of the big complaints about the game when it launched. That's why we got a lot of free stuff. Thank you, Kuro, because I enjoyed the game and it was like, hey, free stuff for enjoying the game, I'll take it. But it was regarding mobile performance, and I know it was really bad for some people. I did see a video on Twitter the other day, and they named the phone and were like, this is the gameplay on this phone, and it looked rather bad to me. a lot of people saying, you know, this looks playable, but somebody who plays on PC, I was like, dude, that looks disgusting. And I didn't even know what the phone was. I'm not really a phonophobe. I don't really, you know, I like tech, but phones just don't bother me. So I didn't know if it was a good phone. And then I saw that people were like, dude, this is a budget phone. It's like $100 phone. The fact that the game actually looks that decent on this phone is actually unbelievable, really. But it looked like ass to me. I suppose if you're a mobile gamer, you're probably a lot more forgiving in that regards. But yeah, that's good because it's a massive market for gacha games. And if people can enjoy the game in a better guise, it performs better. That's great because there's a lot of people around the world. That's the only way the game as well. So, you know, it's opening the door to more people to enjoy the game. So that's always good. And it's going to be good for Kuro. They make more money. Hopefully we get more reinvestment and the game gets better.
Congratulations, guys. Listen, this is huge because a lot of mobile players
game needs to come to console as well and quick.
Or on a little bit older phones or just maybe could not run the game as well. They were working on mobile performance optimization. So I think it's a big W for their mobile gaming audience. Because guys, you got to remember that gacha games essentially, while a lot of people are playing Wuthering on PC, and I know there will be somewhat of a big audience for the console gamers when looking at this game. Yep. A lot of people tend to forget.
Yeah, I said these games are going to be massive on console, in my opinion. I think people on PlayStation 5 are going to absolutely love the game. But even in gacha space anyway, the mobile gaming market dwarfs the PC gaming market and console gaming market. It's absolutely massive. And I know a lot of that sort of clicker games, you know, the sort of games that people are going for a crap and they sit down and play for a few minutes and that's all counted into the numbers. But of course, it's going to be, you know, it's a massive part of Star Rail. It's a massive part of Genshin. It's a massive part of a lot of the gacha games anyway, because the gacha space typically tends to live on mobiles anyway. A lot of games are starting to come to PC now, but they typically come mobile first, don't they? So, you know, it's definitely, it's a W. It's a W.
That the
doesn't
core
affect me, but it's a W.
Also plays on phones and a big chunk of them, you know what I mean? So if you're a mobile gamer right now and your phone was struggling to run it, congratulations, there's more mobile optimizations now for you to mess with and play with. So I'm happy that y'all can get a smooth, you know what I mean? Smooth progress, smooth sailing for this.
I'll probably say smoother. I'm going to say smoother. I don't think you're ever going to get this game, and obviously maybe over the next couple of years, but I'd say smoother. I just think this game's too visually complex, too mechanically complex. It's fast paced. I don't think it's ever going to just be a great experience on mobile, but that's me. You know, I'm a little bit of a, you know, when it comes to, I play on a 4090, you know what I mean? Humble brag again, I guess, but you know, just going back to 60 FPS, like playing this game on 60 FPS is annoying for me. Like I genuinely, when I play games now under 90 FPS, I can feel it. I genuinely can feel it. And I can't stand, and I won't play first person shooters less than 90 FPS. Obviously this is a little bit different, but still, give me those frames, baby. Give me those frames.
This is huge, guys. This is huge now. And guys,
like
there's also a rumor going around right now too for 1.2. Guys, I know a lot of people were saying this is going to be a slow patch, but there is just this rumor, and I'm going to say it's a rumor floating around, guys. There's two again. Okay. One is the free 5-star, but the other...
I've heard this from all the people. Insane if they do. And I think maybe, you know, Kuro were a little bit crazy, but I guess they know what they're doing more than I do. And, you know, I'll take it, and I'll take it with a smile on my face, but a little bit insane.
Other one is that we're going to be able to earn up to 100 pulls in 1.2's patch, around that much. So if you're somebody who's free to play or a light spender, you're taking big...
There you go, for free to play players. That's really good news if that's the case.
W's. Obviously, whales, you're kind of like, yeah,
you're going to guarantee yourself a 5-star anyway, aren't you?
Guys, I think 1.2, if this is all releasing...
And if you're getting a free 5-star, then theoretically 1.2, if you play the game enough, you're going to be able to get yourself 2 5-stars.
And then the 1.1 buff for Changli, which is looking to be true. This is really huge news. This is really big. I'm proud of Kuro Games, guys. Let's give a round of applause.
I won't glaze that much. I must admit, I really like the game, and I do really like Kuro. I've got to give them massive respects. They do seem to be, you know, they're listening. It's great to see. It's always good to see when, you know, like, I won't call these games AAA, but they're really kind of getting to that sort of level now in terms of the quality and how much money they make. You know, what really defines a game's AAA-ness? You know, does it have to come from a big company? Is it the amount of people working on it? Is it the amount of investment? You know, expectations, whatever you want to call it. So, you know, I've got to give them massive credit, man. You know, they've got big money behind them, but they're listening. And I think it's because they understand that they've got a massive competitor that they have got to, either compete with, or maybe they're looking to potentially, you know, knock them off. I don't think that's ever going to happen. But, you know, this is really good to see, man. They seem to be quite quick to pivot, don't they? And quite agile in what they're doing, which is great to see.
Applause. No, seriously, because I made that video with my concern, but yeah, these guys have been working hard with system updates, taking criticism and improving and improving and improving. Stamina storage is huge if they get it right. The amount of pulls we can earn, guys, the rumor is up to 100. Maybe there's a free 5-star, but I said take it with a grain of salt.
Maybe that's where the rumors come from, potentially. You know, maybe that's where it's come from. Maybe it's conflating. You know, there's 100 pulls and people have took it as a free 5-star. Well, I wouldn't be surprised from Kuro if they give you a free 5-star, you know, a selector, and there's 100 pulls as well. Wouldn't surprise me at all. But there's a potential that there's been some miscommunication there. Someone's mentioned 100 pulls and someone's been like, free 5-star, and then it's kind of gone from there. You know, a little bit of Chinese whispers. Pardon the pun, because we've been Chinese company, but you know.
In case. Yeah, this is all good stuff, guys. Let me know in the comments
this is great
what you guys think.
I've got to say, man, the biggest hype for me is 120 FPS and the stamina storage. These are two massive things for me. The stamina storage is great. I love it when I've taken a bit of time off Star Rail. I come back and I'm like, dude, I can do loads of farming now. It's great, especially if there's a new character drops and you manage to pull a new character. And it's like, right, I can build that character nice now because I've got a bunch of freaking stored stamina. So having wave plate storage is brilliant for me. I'm really interested in these things here. The co-op's cool. Definitely, you know, I'm down to play that with Neo, and if we can get Rosie into the game as well. And, you know, more end game content is great. Optimizations and UI optimizations are always good as well. So, yeah, these all sound great. These do. W's, man.
Big W's. Are some of these changes for optimizing the game going to help you? Are you happy about that now? What do you guys think about the stamina storage system? What do you guys think about the Chang Li buff as well?
I suppose it's a
W.
We
finally got the official name.
That's if I get her. I'm going to lose my 50-50. I can see it coming. It's going to happen.
Weapons. Unfortunately, we don't have the official kit details, guys. I want to get a confirmation first, then I'll cover it. That's it for this video, and I'll talk to y'all next time, guys. It's been your boy AJ. Please hit a like, comment, and subscribe.
Chang Li is getting buffed.
Good video, good video. Another person talking about the buff there. Great video, actually. Gamma AJ. He's making some great content for a very small channel, actually. Good information. That all seems like a massive W update for me, personally. I'm looking forward to it. 120 FPS, I've got to say, is the king for me. Stamina storage, brilliant. The co-op stuff's great. More events and all that sort of stuff's awesome. Hopefully, like I say, we get these sort of drip feed, smaller FOMO events, if you will, because they're going to have FOMO, because, you know, you're going to need to hit them if they're only there for a few days. But I think it'll keep the game more relevant in content creators' eyes and just players' eyes anyway. If they're like, right, sweet, there's something on this week, I can play that for this week, and then I can have a bit of time off, and then I can come back in a few more days, and there's another little event on the go. Or there's a rotation in the endgame content. They've switched something up, especially if there's some sort of wave-based system. I think they could change that all the time. Different enemies, different resistances, you know, the way the waves work. They can keep changing on the fly because there's like a lot of stuff to do there that they could have like it on a weekly rotation or something like that. And I think that will add a lot to the game as well. But yeah, great video. Definitely check out Gamba AJ. Huge Wuthering Waves 1.2 update. Kuro is amazing. You know, they're doing big things, man. Big W's there. Looking forward to it. Can't wait for the updates, actually. Definitely the stamina storage and the 120 though. I'm hyped about that. Hyped about it. What do you want to say, Neil? What you got to say? You said you got a lot to say. What you got to say, mate? What you got to say? Got one more video I want to watch as well. Actually, well, two. I want to watch, actually. And then, you know, we'll get into the game. I should have been live hours ago, man. I should have been live hours. I'm not going to be live in the daytime tomorrow as well, by the way, because going out for food with Rosie, but I will be live in the evening. Yeah, I will, yeah. Rosie's playing Spyro. Yeah, I'd be interested to see that as well. Like, obviously, you know, will we get a free 5-star? Or is that talk of, you know, the potential, the 100 pulls, and that's been conflated, or both? Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if either with Kuro. You know what I did? I'd see waypoints. If you press M to go on your map, you'll see them at the top. It's the quickest way to look at them, really. Oh, you got a copy of Calchero, have you? Hey, let's go. Let's go. We have to get some decent DPS out of him then when he's built. You playing some, you being a Tarkov nerd? Tarkov nerd, are you? How's the raids been going on Tarkov, dude? Yo, this video's been doing insane, actually. Usually, like, because my videos don't get watched by my subscribers anymore. These are all coming from, like, non-subscribers. So usually, like, within the first, like, 10 hours, the video will do, like, 20 views, 30 views, and then, boom, next day, it'll be up, like, quite a decent amount. This one's, like, done 200 views in, like, 5 hours, which I know sounds tiny, like, you know. But for me, that's insane, man. I'm really happy about the way videos have been doing, man. You know, 1.1k views, 1.5, 1.1, nearly 1,000 on these, you know. Not everyone's doing as well as the other. That's to be expected, but I'm really happy about it, man. Buzzing, in fact. And I must admit, it's easy. I'm creatively devoid, but you know, who'd have thought when you're not trying to spend hours on editing a video or loads of time after a stream, and it you know, it doesn't do well for you. So happy about that. Yeah, Memphis is dude, when you get into the holograms, man, Memphis does not fuck around, dude. Telling you. I can't wait till you get to that point and you start doing some of them holograms and you start leveling up on them. You'll feel my pain that you've been seeing me have the last few days as well. Be able to laugh at you then. Be able to laugh at you. Alright, should we check out this video as well? Alright, let's watch this video. And then we'll get into some games. Another one from Stiorg. This is bad. A Genshin scam situation. Okay, alright. Hoyo just recently, at least in terms of the West, they've not been getting good press. I don't think they really care, if I'm honest. But yeah, let's see what's so bad then. Another video from Steel. Check him out. Let's check it out.
Yo, today again we're gonna talk about Hoyoverse, a drama that I think everybody knows about. A drama that...
Oh, dude, I hate it when people put surfing videos in the background because I end up freaking focusing on the surfing and I totally zone out to what's being said and it's super annoying. So I'm gonna try not to watch the video and just listen to it.
Took Hoyoverse one day to respond.
It do go down.
You don't know, there were two dramas happening these days about Hoyoverse. We know that Nuvelet is one of the best, if not...
Let me guess. It started on Twitter.
The best DPS in the game. He's very powerful. And a lot of people...
So what I mean, dude, even the characters even supposed to look like Chads in Genshin. Just look like... You know, they're just very twinky. And these are like the Giga Chad East of the characters. And then you've got Calcharo, a random 5-star, who just looks like an absolute beast.
Got him because he's very powerful. Now since Natlan is coming and the next main DPS is also coming, they nerfed Nuvelet. So they nerfed the mechanic that is the 360 mechanic, which makes you do a lot of damage with Nuvelet. So if you look at it now...
See, I do dislike that. I hope this is something that Kuro doesn't get involved in, that when a new character's coming out, so they're not necessarily creating power creep in that this new character's just better, but they'll nerf something that a previous character had to make the new character more, you know, more desirable, which I understand. People who comment these on my videos, well, it's a gacha game, man, that's right, you know, that's what they're trying to do, but I think if you're going to try and keep your game to have some sort of semblance of balance and enjoyment over the long term, you've got to be smart about it. You can do it, but you've got to do it smart, you know, not like taking things away necessarily. Like, even if it's something new comes out that's really good, but it helps, it links up with other stuff that makes those good as well, and it kind of just creates this improving meta in general. I think that's the best way to do it, and it still makes them really desirable. But yeah, that's not a great idea, really. That sounds like that sucks. I haven't played Genshin in a while, so I don't know what the fuck they're going to be talking about. But I understand that, and that's not great.
Now this guy is going crazy pre-nerf and ending the whole thing. And if you see that, if you're a real gamer, you don't need to be a genius to know that this is a bug that should be fixed, okay? This shouldn't be in the game. But if this thing kept being in the game for 7 whole months, and they only removed it because...
Yeah, for real. Okay, so obviously I commented on that before I watched that little thing. But yeah, if it's been there for a while, even if it is, let's say, something that wasn't designed, taking it out just before a new DPS character's coming into the game is obviously evident that maybe they didn't care about it, or that was something that they wanted in the game. Still goes back to my other point. Pulling it before a new character comes doesn't ring very, you know, it's not a great look, is it?
We're getting a new main DPS in Natlan, so they just wanna nerf a character so they can sell even more. This is where it becomes a problem.
Okay, that's a cool looking character.
Because I know this is a bug, but if it's like staying for 7 whole months and the character had their...
At that point, it's a bug, but it's a bug that they, they're happy to keep in the game. And even if people are exploiting those sort of things in a game, in my opinion, that's fair because the devs have been like, right, it's just part of the game now, I guess. And then taking it out before the new banner, you know exactly why they're taking it out, because that bug now matters. It's important for them to remove it, not necessarily because it was affecting the way the game was played, but now it might potentially affect the desirability of a new character that's going to make them money, which is pretty expected of Huyo, actually.
Rerun and this buff is still there, you easily call this a scam. A lot of people got this character because of this, because believe it or not, this is a big loss of deep.
That's just getting absolute bait and switching by Huyo. You know, hey, just throw in this little buggy out. We'll leave it there. And then, we'll just snatch it away when we're ready to bring out this new character. Way to get fucked in the ass, man.
Yes, again, if they removed it from the start, I have no problem. But they took 7 months just to remove it. And we all know that Nouvellette got a rerun.
I don't know what people expect. This is a game that has freaking shitty stamina system for sprinting in an open world game. What do you expect? What do you expect?
Like a month ago, but they didn't remove it when he had his banner. I wonder why. But what happened is that...
Of course, if there's any ever bugs that make a character more powerful, they're never going to take it out in the banner. It's just not going to happen because, oh, wait a minute, people are going to be like, oh, this character's insane, they're broken, they're OP. Guess what people are going to want to do? They're going to want to pull on the banner, aren't they? Let's do it afterwards when the new banner's coming out and then, basically say, oh, sorry, oopsie.
China got mad, and if China gets mad, everything gets fixed. Because a lot of Chinese players were going to sue the whole company for scamming them, and it's kind of a good reason.
It's definitely not a scam. It's just, it's a gacha game at the end of the day. You're scamming yourself, really, when you're paying money, coming from somebody who pays money. So, you're paying for digital waifus. I guess you get what you get, don't you?
And of course, it only took Hoyo a couple hours to respond and then get back the bug again. Oh.
What did I say, bro? What did I say? When it comes to Huyo, if China gets mad, Huyo get active. That's just the way it is. People have been going wild, rabid about the whole racism thing in the West, and Huyo were just like, what's that? What's that? Don't give a fuck. As soon as China get mad, it's like, okay, all right then. Oh, that was meant to be in the game. Fine, we'll put it back in. We're sorry. It's just the power of the Chinese market within the Huyo sphere is just undoubtedly absolutely OP, and they're just going to do what they're going to do, aren't they?
Ooh, now it's not a bug. It's a feature. Not only that, they're giving 10 pulls.
Man, they're turning into freaking Bethesda right now. This is never a bug, man. That's a feature, dude. That's a feature. 16 times the detail. It just works.
The other drama is about black people and the things that happened in Sumero, but this time it's kind.
Bro, for real, I don't know why people even were making a big deal out of that. Obviously, I get it. I understand some people's queries and, people's representation and want to be represented. But the idea that people think that China are going to really give a damn about putting black people in the games. Let's face it. Have you seen the marketing for a lot of big movies in China? You just look at it and then you'll understand what I'm saying. They don't give a damn, and they're not going to give a damn. The only difference between Chinese corporations and American and British and Western corporations is that the Western corporations pretend to care. They don't even pretend, Neither of them care, but the Chinese companies are just like, we're not even going to put any energy into caring about this. Just fuck off with that shit.
Kind of different.
So I don't know why people even get mad. It's just like, if you've got those viewpoints, which are totally fair and respectable, just stop playing the games. That's the best thing to do, because you're not going to change it. You're not going to change it.
You're asking about my take about this, so I'm going to give you my take. It's kind of long. You have to hear it all. So first, I want to say that I don't care if I play a game with the whole only black people or a game with only white people. I don't give a fuck. I never cared. I will never care. I never care.
I think it's a bit weird if you do care, personally. I understand people wanting representation sometimes in video games. It's cool if characters, you can see yourself in a character. I think when it comes to this sort of IP, though, it's the same with why people love anime, people love superheroes. I don't think people even give a shit what the characters look like. People will make out nowadays on Twitter and stuff that that's super important. For some people, it probably is, but people of all colours and creeds see themselves in Goku and Superman and Batman. They don't have to be any particular colour, because it goes beyond that, because it's just fucking awesome IP. And that's the same thing with video games. If they're fun, I don't give a shit what the character looks like, who I'm playing, whether I'm playing as some fat chick, a Giga Chad, a black dude, a lolly freaking character in an anime game. If the game's good, that's all that matters.
What happened with Sumeru. It's all fiction, you know, but here's the problem. Here's the one problem that I have. If you make a character that is based off reality that has the same name of the real character, and this character in real life has a certain skin color, and you go ahead and change it, that's weird. That's when we get to
Personally, stuff really doesn't bother me. I think people get mad about this stuff in the West in only one way. You know, if a character is being changed to not look, let's say, like a black person or a particular minority in the West, people will get mad about that. But if it's done the other way and it's based on a fictional character, people tend not to care. So me personally, I don't really care, really, if I'm honest. If something's trying to base itself in reality in a documentary, or it's based on history and it's not trying to fantasize history or a real life situation, you know, I don't care. You know, if something's based on a place in our world, but it's totally fantasized, you know, it's took inspiration from it. I don't really give a damn what the characters look like at the end of the day, you know?
reality, because again,
But I know not everybody's like that, and I know it does bother some people, and I guess, you know, appropriation, all that sort of stuff, but end of the day, when it comes to stuff like this, as long as it's fun, I really don't care.
I don't care about representation in a video game. I don't care about any of that. If the game has only white people, if the game has only black people, doesn't matter to me. But when you really go to reality and just make a character that has the same name of someone in real life, this is where I can see the outrage making sense, to be honest.
I can see people having an issue with it, but again, personally, doesn't bother me. I suppose, you know, it might be a selfish attitude, doesn't affect me. You know, I'm all right, Jack, but I think people get a little bit twisted and a little bit too wrapped up in all that sort of stuff anyway, because I don't know why you need to see yourself in fantasy stuff. You know, that's the whole point of it. It's fantasy. It's supposed to just be, you know, let your mind be free kind of stuff. But I understand it bothering some people. I get it, but I just don't see it myself.
Honest. And people are wondering, why aren't they just responding to what the people on the West say? But hey,
Dude, I must admit though, this character's hot.
Here's why. It's easy. They responded to China not only because they're suing them, because that's a very good reason, but also because China makes more money than the rest of the world for these gacha games, and especially for Honkai.
And at the end of the day, I don't even judge the corporation for doing that. You know, at the end of the day, you're gonna listen to your main source of income. That's how you do business. You're a pretty bad businessman if you go, well, we're earning more of our cash here than the rest of this demographic put together. Let's ignore that demographic and appease this demographic. That's gonna make your income reduce drastically. And like I said, once again, when it comes to China, they just don't care about all that sort of stuff. You know, they don't really want it pushed into the games, and they will react back to it. Like I said, you've only got to look at the marketing for a lot of films and stuff in China. It just doesn't work that way over there, and it's never gonna. That Western sort of, you know, identity politics is just never going to fly over there. But when it comes to money, they're going to listen to China. That's just straight up, that's it. You know, if all of a sudden the culture changed in China and they wanted that, trust me, Hoyo would change as well. They'd pretend they care then, just like Western countries do, because it works at the moment for Western countries to a degree.
They want to make the characters as much attractive to this specific nation or this specific country. I would say that they're not used to black people. I would say that, like, they give them a skin color that they're kind of used to.
See, like, I'm quite ignorant to this. I don't know what Natlan's actually supposed to be based on. But once again, for me, Genshin, there's a lot of countries that it's alluded to being these countries, but it's more of an inspiration than based on. You know, there's a difference between it not being fantasy and being like, right, this story's based in Germany and it not representing Germany. And it's supposed to be like, you know, this is the real world. But even then, don't really care. But if it's fantasy, it's just, you know, it's like I say with sci-fi, you get loads of races in Star Trek and that are kind of, the way their culture is and their methods are based on ancient civilizations of our world and different cultures and all that sort of stuff. But you don't go, whoa, are they saying that these people look like Klingons or whatever? You know what I mean? Or do they mean these people look like Romulans? It's like, you know, like the whole Cold War thing with the Federation and the Romulan Star Empire wasn't like, oh man, are you saying Russians look like Romulans, bro? It's like, you know, come on, man. It's fantasy, bro. It's sci-fi, man. You know, it's using that as a base to inspire this work. You know, let's face it. Look at Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is based on UK history and European history, specifically UK history, but that doesn't mean that, like, it's got to directly represent it. Otherwise, oh, bro, you're bastardizing the Seven Kingdoms that used to be in England and the UK, you know? What? That's not how things worked in the real world. It's like, come on, bro. Don't be stupid.
To and easier to be attracted to. I don't even think this is racist. The thing that I said at the start is racist. But making a character and changing his skill color when it's based off of real life is racist. Like, well, of course there is to make it more.
Again, as I said, I don't think the Chinese care if they look slightly racist. They don't care.
Attractive again with the same explanation, but also it's not appropriate. If you want to make a fictional game, make everything fictional. They always been taking inspiration from other nations.
Again, I'm going to disagree here. I'm not saying that he's making these points totally like what I just said prior to this. I think he's making this point here. I don't think because you're inspired by a particular country that it has to represent that country in how the people in that country look. You know, if you want to take something from French history and you're creating a fantasy world or a science fiction universe, and you're like, I don't know, you want to take something like the French Revolution and the way that Napoleon and, you know, just French culture, why does it, your science fiction race, let's say, have to look like French people, you know? Or you're creating something that's based on sub-Saharan tribes and you've got inspiration from African tribes of like, oh, this part of history is really interesting to me and I'd like to kind of create this group of people in my fantasy world that are kind of like, you know, that's inspired me and I'm basing it off that. But why do they have to look like that? You understand me? I don't agree with that. I think you can be inspired by something and totally you know, even bastardize it in a way. If it's fantasy at the end of the day. You know, no idea is original in fantasy. People have been inspired, even if it's subconsciously. So it doesn't have to represent the thing it's inspired by, in my opinion.
In real world, but not applying it like in the same way. They didn't
okay, so I think he's making that point there. It's okay, it's fiction, yeah, okay.
Represent any of the nations really accurately, like 100% accurate. But this situation is very specific. That's why it's different from Sumer. And by the way, again, I will say, even if this is not a China...
Okay, so I can't comment on that specific character really, because I don't know exactly what it's alluding to or who it's alluding to. I don't know enough, so I can't really comment on that. So he's making the same sort of point I was making overall about the inspiration coming from particular cultures anyway, so that's good.
I think the new villain thing is way more important because it's a scam. It's a money scam. But I think we should definitely blame Hoyo.
Come on, man. Gacha games, let's face it, the scams anyway, really. Well, at the end of the day, for me, if I can play a few hundred hours of a game and I've spent 50 quid on it, it's not a scam. But let's not pretend that the gacha system, it's gambling, you know, it's gambling. Gambling is, it's a scam, isn't it? You know, the house always wins at the end of the day. You know, in 10 years time, are you going to give a damn that, oh, dude, remember that 5-star? Fuck, man. Life's just been so great since then. Like, you know, you just got to get what you get out of it, man. Enjoy it. But, you know, I agree. Changing things like that right before a banner, it's kind of shady. And then being like, oh no, China's mad. Let's put it back in. It's a feature now. Just makes it look even worse.
Like they did a lot of bad things and this is one of them. But I hope that people know that this company only listens to China, or at least when it comes to Genshin. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Anyway, if you don't subscribe now, you're gonna lose your 50-50. Bye-bye.
I think it's bad for us in the West. I think it's bad for us, you know, because it's like, I think that's one thing we're used to in the West. Whether we're on any side of politics or whatever, we're used to corporations listening when we scream loud enough. The world's changing, and especially when it comes to stuff that comes from China that becomes global. We're used to exporting our film, our TV, our games, our books from the West, aren't we? You know, America's a powerhouse in a lot of that. Britain has been as well for how small it is. In Europe as well, we're used to exporting our ideas. And when we're mad either side of the fence in politics, these companies tend to bend the knee, don't they, really? And now we've got a part of the world that's exploding in exporting its own content, and we're kind of expecting that, whichever way it fits, you know. Why aren't they listening to us? They should listen to us. And it sucks for us that they're not. But at the end of the day, that's just how it is, man. You know, China is a massive economy. It's a massive producer of entertainment and goods now. And at the end of the day, they're going to listen to their base, and that's China. So we just got to get used to that fact. If we're going to enjoy Chinese IPs within games and movies and whatever, it's not going to represent our values and our views. And we just got to get over that, man. We just got to get over it. stop playing it if you don't like it, in my opinion. You know, when it comes to that stuff, it's just the way it is. But yeah, great video, great video. Still makes some really good content, especially content that I think, you know, gets you questioning stuff and thinking about stuff that, maybe you wouldn't, at least me anyway. Great video. I agree with a lot of what he said. Disagree with some stuff. And again, as I said, I think inspiration shouldn't necessarily represent what it was inspired by, especially in fantasy and fiction and even characters. You know, let's face it, we're in a world now where English queens are black and TV shows. I ain't got a problem with that. It's fiction. Who gives a fuck? I don't care. If you're making a documentary and you're trying to say this is fact, bit of a different thing then, because historical context later on for people watching, they're gonna be like, what the fuck? What? Is this real? You know? But end of the day, I don't really care. The banner situation kind of sucks, I guess, but is what it is. I think really, if you've been playing Hoyo games for a while now, you know they're not going to listen. They don't care. Best thing to do is probably not spend money if you've got a real major problem with it. Come over to play Wuthering Waves, maybe. I don't know. Listen. Joking. But yeah, I think that's, yeah, honestly, it is what it is. That's all I can say to that. This is bad. Probably not that bad, but I suppose if you're really into Genshin, probably kind of sucks because you're getting ignored in the West, but that's a shame, I suppose. They've been replacing gingers with black people for the past 10 years. Yes, man, who's been left out now, eh? Based. America's a bunch of bull pissed off for no reason, mate. Yeah, I think that's one thing that we're starting to learn in the West, because obviously the West has been the exporter of pretty much everything, hasn't it, for a long time, especially culture. Now we're starting to ingest culture from other parts of the world, aren't we? You know, from Japan, from Korea, from China, specifically China and Japan, are massive exporters now in terms of modern culture, you know, anime, gacha games now. They're getting into the old anime world, aren't they? I wouldn't be surprised if we really start to see a lot of Chinese anime coming out soon. I don't know. Maybe we already are, and I just haven't noticed with some of the stuff I'm watching. Korea have started pumping out movies as well now, and we've got to learn that they have different values to us in specific things. You know, we're, like I said, with America, some things are like with Britain, some things not. Some things are the same, some things not. And it's the same around the world. Some things are the same, some things are not. And I just think between Western values and Eastern values, some things are a little bit more extreme, that they're different. And we've just got to accept, if we're going to ingest that culture, it's going to be different, man. And it's going to, and we're not going to have a say as well. And you either enjoy it or you just don't ingest it or watch it or expose yourself to it. It's the best way to be, I think, really, you know? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Agreed. Now, you know, like Britain is a massive powerhouse in that sense. You know, music and TV and comedy and films. For such a small nation, we are massive in that sense, and we've exported that sort of stuff for years. And I think we expect, you know, America and the West as well. We just expect people to lean into our sensibilities more. And I think just recently, with the whole culture of cancel culture and whatever, woke culture, whatever you want to call it, politically correct, you know, diversity politics, all this, we expect that if we scream about our feelings enough, that everything will bend the knee to us. And we're starting to learn now there's parts of the world that'll just go, fuck off, mate. You know, go on, fuck off on your bike. We don't care. We're making enough money here anyway, and these people disagree with you. And you just gotta suck it up, buttercup, you know? Decades, we had 2 British invasions when it comes to music. True. You know, same thing over here as well, you know. American music's massive, you know, massive exporter of culture. You know, I'd say, in my opinion, I think Britain and America have got used to that for a long time. I'd say, really, in my opinion, in terms of popular culture, probably the 2 biggest exporters in the world, really, yeah? In my opinion, obviously things are changing a little bit now. China's becoming a massive one, and Japan has become a large one as well. You know, in terms of music and films and writing books, you know, obviously Russia was a powerhouse as well at the turn of the 19th and 20th century. But in terms of, like, you know, entertainment culture, massive, yeah. You know, movies, obviously America's got Hollywood in terms of movies, the biggest. But, you know, recently as well, the British, whatever you want to call it, Hollywood, if you will, has been massive. You know, films are really starting to, British films have really been killing it. And there's been lots of British films for years that have been amazing. But in terms of that sort of Hollywood style stuff, a lot of British stuff, but, you know, books, music, you know, poetry, philosophy, you know, the West has been enjoying exporting a lot of that stuff for a long time. And now we're starting to import it. And I think people don't like it, that can't accept that. You know what? Some people don't think the way we think, and that's a great thing. People love diversity until it's a diversity of thought sometimes, don't they? You know, wait a minute, I want diversity, but you can't say that. You know what I mean? And we've got to learn about that. I think we really have, because we've spent a long time telling other people what they can think, I think, in the West. I think it's a good thing, you know. Start to learn, you know, as a kid, you know, sometimes you learn, no, you can't have that. You're not allowed that. And I'm the parent here and you're the kid and you're going to shut the fuck up and do as I say. I think, you know, we're getting a little bit of that now in terms of culture, aren't we? Which I don't think we can be mad about. If you enjoy the entertainment, just enjoy it for what it is. It's supposed to be entertainment. Don't get too wrapped up in it. I think people get too wrapped up in stuff like that, don't they? All right, anyway, let's check out this video and then we're going to play some video games because it's 9:45 and I ain't played a fucking video game at all yet. And I said this yesterday, I'm turning into fucking Asmongold. I need to start learning to play video games again. But, you know, we're content farming. I'm devoid of creativity. This is how I make YouTube videos. Let's check this out then. Sticks, he's on his main channel, the MMO Bite channel. All this happened. Wow. Lost Ark 2 is here. Thanks. Okay. Played a little bit of Lost Ark, only a very little bit. I know a lot of people who started playing Lost Ark had a lot of issues with Lost Ark, mainly the pay to win in the game, but it is a Korean MMO, so again, it's a different culture, it's expected, and yeah, I think even the Korean people, I've seen a lot of Korean content creators pissed off with the way Lost Ark went actually. So let's see what he's got to say about this actually. What did I see there then? Is that it? Oh, next video is a book by the looks of it. We won't click on that then.
Best MMO ever. No, Throne of Liberty is not the best MMO ever. You know what has the potential to be the best MMO ever? Let me tell you. The devs behind Smilegate have a brand new, or not the devs behind Smilegate, rather, the devs behind Lost Ark, Smilegate, have a brand new MMORPG that...
Dude, what is it with Korean game characters? They all look the same. They've all got this, like, I don't know how to describe it, this... like double A, like trying to look super good, Unreal 5 kind of slop looking characters. Have you noticed that? Like it's like the same with the first Descendant. Nexon games all have this sort of look. The characters look very generic in the way the faces look. You know, they don't quite look as good as some of you know, the AAA games in terms of the facial animations and features. But it's like they're desperately trying to, if that makes sense.
Just released called Lord 9. According to the website, this is an all-class MMORPG. Yes, and they have been uploading a lot to their YouTube channel. Gameplay, actual trailers. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at that because, I mean, Lost Ark is a very fun MMO. This game is theoretically a top-down isometric MMO that is just like Lost Ark, but newer. What could go wrong? How could this be anything other than great, especially when they label themselves the all-class MMORPG, right? This is gonna be great. 100%, yeah.
What could possibly go wrong? I like, is it asymmetric? Isometric? When I always get those two confused, but I like them sometimes. I like them in terms of things like Diablo here and there, but there's never something that I can really make it like a main game for me. I'm a little bit shallow like that. It's just a style of game that I appreciate and I can enjoy, but I can't make it my primary thing unless there's something super special about it. You know, I enjoy Last Epoch, I enjoy Path of Exile, in Pillars of Eternity, Diablo, those sort of things. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, obviously it's a preference.
Yeah, another Korean MMO.
That's it, isometric, yeah, asymmetry. Asymmetric is where you're playing like a game like, Friday the 13th, yeah, where one person's playing as, fucking Michael Myers and the other people are playing as the survivors. Like it's 5v1, but it's PvP, but it's like, you know, imbalanced sides, yeah? Okay, there we go.
All right, here's a 30...
I know both of them. I get them mixed up all the time.
Second... Oh my god, that was loud.
I'll say that was
Here's
late
a
for me.
30-second official teaser. This
700... Megaport.
158,000 views. 200
It's gonna though, because Lost Ark was massive at first. You know, Lost Ark was really big.
likes. Okay. So evidently this was used for an advertisement. These aren't actual real legitimate views, but take a look at the trailer.
That's a fact as well. You know, you know, we won't say it, but you know, there is certain companies that don't mind doing a little bit of that, you know, or even actually, to be fair, some fan bases will do it to him as well.
Trailer. All right, here we go. Oh, this is gonna be cinematic, isn't it?
I'm already going to say, you know what, that walk in there for a cinematic didn't look great, man. This is what I mean about, like, the games that come from Korea. A lot of them tend to have this sort of, like, this uncanny feel to them. That, again, I'm going to say that's kind of like what I'm getting there.
Oh, she's...
They look good, though. She looked good, so to say.
Can I pull for her? The girl with the boots?
Freudian slip there.
That showed us absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
But it did just release.
These are the sort of teasers for me that it's just like, I don't know why companies do it anymore. I guess it's like, it's one step further than doing just like a teaser image. I guess it's, you know, in case you were wondering, what is this? Okay, it's fantasy. But they just don't do it for me anymore. I don't mind extended trailers that give us a little bit of a story element to them. You know, this is the world. This is kind of what's going down sort of thing. And, you know, maybe some in-game stuff as well splattered through it. But yeah, these sort of trailers just don't get me at all anymore. You know, people get hyped over them. It's like that, I keep saying it, that Tianji 76 or whatever the frick it was called. And people were saying, yeah, this is going to be bigger than Genshin. It's going to smash Wuthering Waves. It's killed them already. And then it was just a basic CG trailer. It's like, how the fuck have you come to that conclusion off that? Like, what's made that conclusion for you? It's just like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
So, we have videos that we can look through. Let's go ahead and take a look at, we have a 1 minute 12 second one. We have a 1 minute 26 second one. Let's take a look at both of them. Pre-rendered, yeah. It's a fully pre-rendered. Is it a gacha game? I'm actually not sure. All right, let's see. This is actual full gameplay from Lord 9.
Looks generic as fuck.
MMO. And it's perfect. It's featuring the hot sorcerer lady.
Yeah, she looks cool, man. Like Yennefer sort of look to her.
I said I wanted to play as. She is a fine looking character. She is definitely the class that I will be going.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. The characters do have expressionless faces, don't they, in these sort of games? That's what it is. It's like the characters look, you know, you can look and be like, that looks cool, but it's very generic and just bland in the face. Like you say, it's expressionless. It's got that uncanny sort of look to it. It's just like, and this is one thing about the first Descendant. It's not a bad looking game by all means, but it's like that Unreal 5 slop. There's a lot of games coming out that are using Unreal 5 that just, you can just tell straight away, right, this is Unreal 5, because it looks like how the tech demos kind of look almost. You know, people have not really got to using it to add their own art styles just yet. It's purely Unreal 5, and not that that's a bad engine, of course. I know fuck all about engines. I know it's going to be sick, but you know what I mean? It's just like, it's just that surface level of the engine kind of thing, like.
Because evidently I'm going to have
like
to play
a polished
this. Regardless of whether this is good or bad, I'm going to have to play this. That right there, she is 100% the class I will be going.
There you go, straight away. Is that Yennefer from The Witcher? That's what I'm getting there. Definitely Yennefer inspired.
Let's see.
전투봉은 강력한 마법의 힘을
I'm just going to say straight off the bat there, this looks mobile, very much so.
몸으로 직접 받아들이고
Those are some shit textures.
근거리 무기
Exactly. Yeah, that this doesn't look as good as Lost Ark.
Those are some
기반의 무기로서 자신의 전투 능력을
Okay, this definitely looks better.
적을
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
수 있습니다.
That bit there, yeah. That second scene definitely looked better. That first scene and this scene, not so much, dude.
I don't know what the thing on the left is. I don't know if you guys can flip.
I'm going to assume that's skills, some sort of tree for something or another. Abilities, whatever. They're just kind of overlaying it, I think, aren't they, to show off stuff?
Really see it though. This is PC gameplay, apparently.
She's on PC.
I don't understand what's going on. Is this turn?
Dude, these animations look very mobile. These kind of remind me of those Oh, like, I can't remember that Star Wars game that's like a turn-based RPG, and it's like a card system, it's like a gacha system as well. The way that character fell down and got up there very much looked like that. That didn't look great at all, if I'm honest.
Base? This is like a turn-based game mode?
강력한 상태 이상 기술을 사용해
Lost
적을
Ark 2.0,
무력화하고
yes. This
동시에
is essentially
자신의
Lost
Even these particle effects, don't look
Ark
great.
2.0.
전투에서 우위를 점할 수 있습니다. 마법의 힘을 받아들인
I
공격에
think.
명중당한 상대는 패닉에 빠져 쉽게 정신을 차리지
I
못할
don't think the
것입니다.
animations though are as smooth as the old class
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to say as smooth as Lost Ark then. I don't either. They don't look as smooth as Lost Ark.
MMORPG, yes.
It reminds me of Diablo 2 animations. Yeah, defo, yeah. It's, yeah, man. Don't look great. If that was just a mobile game, I'd be like, you know what, that's fine. But if that's running on PC, that's like Diablo 2 at home. You know, that's when you asked your mom for Diablo 2 now. You're like, oh, can I get, the Diablo remaster, remake, whatever it is. Now we got Diablo 2 at home, kid. This is what we got.
Wait,
Not even
is
Diablo
half the
4?
video just the end credits? Wow. Okay. You know what game is good? When you dedicate half your video to end credits. Skill tree? Potentially. Eye for Azure Promelia? Yes. You can be a protagonist, male protagonist, surrounded by girls. Yes. Oh my god, she looks great.
This looks a little bit better, but still very, very icky, you know? Very icky, but that definitely looked better.
Then you get to the game.
I don't think, are they zooming in a little bit here as well on some of these? Because they're not doing it justice either. They need to like pull that camera out as much as possible here.
You're like, well, it doesn't look bad. This actually, chat. No, this isn't the Lost Ark killer. This is a Diablo Immortal killer. Oh my god.
Genuinely, this looks like something that came out like 10 years ago. You know, this looks like a 2011, you know, AA isometric, like, shovelware game that would just pop up on Steam, you know? I guess that's what it is really now, but you know.
This doesn't look bad. It just doesn't look very good. You know what I mean?
It kind of looks unfun, man. You know, like, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Like, obviously, until you play it, you don't know, but it just doesn't look. It doesn't look intriguing or interesting at all. It looks, like I say, again, I think this is the sort of thing that Smallgate do. It looks very generic, man.
I love when you have super attractive characters, but you can't see them.
Yeah, this is what I was saying about before, isometric gacha games, when they try and make the characters look super sexy, and then they're like a chibi character in an isometric scene. It's like, well, unless you're doing ults, like, you don't really get the visually character. That's the thing with these sort of games. That's where they lack a little bit of a, you know, when it comes to character customization as well. It's like, I can barely see my character really, especially when I'm fighting because of all the fucking particle effects. It's just like, I've got like a little dude there in the middle of all that mess. It's like, well, at least he's got a cool helmet, dude.
Because you're zoomed, you know, 400 feet out of your character for the entire game. A Korean Diablo instead of a Chinese Diablo, yeah. It's gonna be an auto battle or mobile game?
That makes sense if that's the case. If it is going to be an auto battle or mobile game. Oh, is he saying, oh, this person's just saying it just looks like any auto, like hands-free. Oh, okay, they're not necessarily saying that. It does, that's what it looks like to me. This definitely looks like a game. It'd be fine on mobile. It look, you know, on your mobile, your small screen, that'd probably look great. But yeah, if this is running on PC, why are they showing it off as that? I'd be like, yo, this is on mobile. You know, so people are like, well, you know, that looks all right, actually.
It better not be. This is from the people that did Lost Ark, dude.
Korean MMOs. Swipe, swipe, swipe.
Swipes. Oh my god. I mean, that has me sold.
That doesn't, actually, for me. That doesn't have me sold. That, like I said, again, like her animation, even in the cutscenes, very stiff. She just looks very janky and
Swipe.
doesn't.
Swipes. Oh
You know?
my god. I mean, that has me sold.
Nah, not me.
That has me sold.
Not me.
I don't know. What are we thinking so far, Chad?
I'm going to say hot caca poo poo at the moment, to be fair.
That's pretty.
And you know me, I'm usually very, very optimistic and forgiving, especially when we see early stuff. I don't know when this is coming out. I think they probably should have stuck to the CG trailers.
Good, right? That was a crazy look. That is definitely as good looking as Lost Ark. 100%. Like that Yeah. Suddenly the game looks good after the last clip. Yeah. I'm kidding. This looks absolutely terrible. Okay. Okay. It is an all-class MMORPG that is apparently downloadable on PC, downloadable on mobile as well. So in essence, this is a cross-platform version of Lost Ark, which could be good, which could potentially be good given the, I think, decline of Lost Ark, right? Yeah, like 20,000 players playing.
That all-time peak was 1.3 million. That's a drop-off, but that's expected. 20k players still playing on Steam's, you know.
There's been a steep decline. Yeah, look at that. Like over the last few months. So they're definitely in desperate need of a replacement.
That was a big drop off from around about 80 to 100k average down to 20k. That was a big drop off in that specific period of time, wasn't it? What happened around that time?
Ark, right? Yeah, like 20,000 players playing. There's been a.
I don't know the culture around Lost Ark, so I don't know if it was something in the game or was there another release around that time. That's this year, yeah. 20th of May. What launched around then? Was there anything in particular that launched around that area? Not that I can think of. That's a crazy drop off in a short period of time. You know, look, you're looking there at like an increasing trend there from around 75k to 100k, and then boom, a drop off into like kind of a flat level of 25k. But again, 20k though is not like dead at all.
Yeah, look at that.
Especially
like,
for an MMO.
Last few months.
In
so
a niche
they're definitely
market.
in desperate need of a replacement. My one issue with this, my one issue with Lost Ark 2, Lord 9, is that apparently, based on Lineneck's Web3 gaming platform DOSI, the company.
That's gonna mean it's gonna be yeah, NFTs, yeah. It's Web3 is crypto basically. Well, Web3 is you got Web2, which is the internet. Web3 is the internet with a finance layer, because the internet was never really designed for transactions, which is true from the technical side. Obviously, it works, but it was never really designed for that. Web3 is kind of like that extra layer applied. That's usually when you hear that, that means it's NFTs. It's talking about crypto transactions as well, which is instantly going to turn off a massive amount of people. I personally, I'm not for NFTs in games, but I definitely don't have an issue with NFTs being used for specific things. This is a hot take. I know people go, you can't say that. Well, NFTs for me, in the way smart contracts work, definitely have a place in the world that can be used for tickets, ID, passports, freaking, you know, all that sort of stuff, bills, you know, because it's a smart contract signature that gets made on an open ledger, and it can be, you know, it's individual, it's totally individual, it's unique, and it's open to see as well, so it can be used for transactions, you know, like say ID. It could stop, if it was used correctly, it could stop, you know, ticket touts and reselling and all that sort of stuff. You know, it could be stopped from the source as soon as they're attempted to resell. They could literally lock it down, all that sort of thing. Yeah, I'm not really for it in video games because it usually turns into, it just means slop. I don't necessarily have an issue with crypto layered marketplaces within games. All it has to be, if that's in a game, it's got to be secure, but it's also got to mean that when you purchase or sell something, you just do it in your local currency if you choose, because like that's the problem with a lot of crypto interfaces. They're not simple and they don't work, and people have to do a lot of converting and then convert back, and they get charges and all that sort of stuff, and people just don't want to deal with that. If you can buy something for $5 and you can sell it for $5, you open a loot crate, oh, I'm going to sell this thing on the marketplace, you've just sold it for 50 quid and you get 50 quid back, but really traded on a blockchain, that's fine, as long as the person doesn't have to necessarily interact with that. They don't have to create wallets and do all that sort of shit and protect themselves on an extra level, because at the end of the day, when it comes to crypto, you are your own bank, and people don't want to deal with that in the video games. They want to have, if there's a problem, they want to be able to reach out to the company and say, look, I lost money on this, and the company fix it potentially. So yeah, it's not a good look, and that's not going to do them any favors.
Companies will integrate an NFT marketplace into Smilegate's forthcoming MMORPG Lord 9, which is due to launch across PC and mobile in the second half of 2024. First launching in Taiwan in September, the marketplace will then roll out more functions alongside the regional expansion of Lord 9, starting on Friday, the 5th of July. That was just, last week. Taiwanese players can pre-register for the game and get rewards such as a medium item box that can be used in the game, line points, and Kaya tokens. Following the launch in
We're already getting multiple currencies already. Obviously, you know that's going to be a thing, but like off the bat, there's line points and Kaya tokens. Okay.
September, players will only be able to access Lord 9 NFTs via their game accounts linked to the marketplace, which will facilitate payments via Apple Play, Google Play, and the Kaya tokens.
Okay, so it seems like they're going to be doing what I said there, that you're not going to have to interact with the blockchain at all. Because obviously if they're NFTs, they're going to be running on, I don't know what blockchain they're probably going to be, Solana or Ethereum, I would imagine. Unless they're running on a little bit more of a niche one, but I would imagine it to probably be those two.
On the line, the game will also offer special in-game features and other benefits to its NFT holders. So NFT is not necessary. It's not a prerequisite. It's not a requirement. You can opt to participate in the NFT features. And if you do participate in the NFT features, you will receive special in-game features and other benefits.
Of course, that just says to me, if that's the case, that doesn't sound great, because what that means to me is that they want people to hold NFTs because that's going to hold a valuation in a specific token on a blockchain as well, or a set of evaluation of those tokens. And that means that to me that the devs are going to probably have a large portion of that actual supply, which I think probably what you'd find would happen, not accusing them of anything, that somebody's going to be like, okay, I'm going to sell now because I've got 70% of the supply, and boom, everything dumps, and the thing that you've been holding for the last 6 months has gone from being valued at, I don't know, let's just say 50 bucks, it's worth 5 pence now. And you paid 25 quid for it, you know? That's the problem.
Benefits. So they are trying real hard to get people to participate in their blockchain platform. Yeah, NFT, dead on arrival, not touching it. I wouldn't either. This is a horrible direction to take Lost Ark to. I don't understand what they're thinking, other than money. This is gonna be the biggest flop of the year. Hands down.
Just looking at the gameplay, you know, I think that's probably why they're integrating that NFT system in this, because they looked, you know, there's probably like, you know, this is not going to be a banger, lads. Let's just try and milk whatever we can out of it. We've invested in this now. It's done. Let's fucking release it. Let's slap some crypto in there, and let's hopefully, you know, maybe potentially we'll make a bit of cash. Who knows? Maybe a rug pull will happen. I don't know.
Fucking stupid, man. Absolutely.
No, that's what we like to look at.
Brain dead take. My God. Not a requirement, but you lose out if you don't. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's not a requirement to participate in the NFT feature, but if you don't participate in the NFT...
Basically, what they're doing there, like I said, when they're getting you to participate, wanting you to incentivize you to participate in the NFT, it's like staking in crypto, you know. They want you to, basically, if you're going to hold an NFT, you're basically kind of staking almost in a secondary way. And as I say, that's it. End of the day, the dev's probably going to have a massive, hold a massive amount of supply, and it's not going to be great.
NFT feature, you're not going to be able to get everything that everyone else gets. Haha, sucks for you.
Alright, yeah, good video. Sticks again coming out with stuff that I didn't even hear about. That looks trash, gotta say. Yeah, not messing with that really. Hey, maybe at some point, if it looks better, we'll try it out. But yeah, probably not even going to touch that with a barge pole, if I'm honest. It kind of looks like that. Man, there's some Korean games that do just really have that Korean look to them. And it's you know, for me personally, it just never really looks that great. It's like, kind of like I say, it's that Unreal 5 slop look. It just, yeah, really generic, really uncanny valley, lacks expression and emotion and just cool artistic styling, if you ask me. It's like a lot of Nexon stuff as well. It's all very very samey and bland, very off a production line kind of look to it. Yeah, not great, but yeah, well, this happened. Wow, Lost Ark 2 is here. Yeah, thanks. Looks like dog shit. Looks like dog shit, boys. Looks like dog shit. All right, let's jump on some video games, shall we? We've been talking for 2 hours. We've been live for 2 hours and I ain't played a video game, man. Fuck. I am a terrible streamer. Let's have a look here, some comments here. To me, it's literally just flavouring. It's either for you or it isn't. Stylus isn't. Stylus especially, I don't play WoW and I don't feel I want to, but it's definitely not bad. A bad game, nor would I trash it, but where it feels like it's trying to be overly serious. Guy, it doesn't attract me on a fun level, I don't know. Yeah, I ain't reading all that, bro, but yeah, I agree with that to be fair. It was on that why I quit Wuthering Waves. Definitely a preference. I must admit, There was a lot of people commenting on that dude's video saying, I've never seen so many bad takes in a video. I don't think they were necessarily bad takes. I just think the video was a lot of, just a lot of personal preferences, wasn't it? That video, really, from that dude. Which is fine, you know. Somebody titled it, this is the kind of video where somebody goes to the toilet and want to announce them going to the toilet. Why I went to the toilets? Tell you why. It's because I needed a poo. Oh shit. Okay. Shit. Six is going to end up in a divorce settlement if he doesn't keep his eyeballs off the waifus. Dude, his missus is just as bad, you know. Telling ya. Bruh. I should have got on the game earlier, yeah, because I don't think people were having issues earlier. Gate server connection timeouts. Well, fuck me sideways. Jesus. Don't update potentially. No. Shit. Shit. So look at that Twitter. Crown Unlimited. Okay, well. Okay, so this must be happening to other people. Fuck! Fuck you, Amazon. Amazon are gonna get it right at some point. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Amazon are gonna get it right. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Yeah. I need a poo. Don't you fucking do it. Don't you fucking do it. Don't you dare. Might have to play Flintlock. Ah. Hold up. Oh, yo. United have agreed personal terms with Agate. Dude, yo, United are not fucking around. Where is it? There we go. Okay, these people are all playing. Fuck you guys. Jealous. These people are obviously already in the game. Oh, shit, bruh. Alright, let's jump into a bigger stream. Let's go from high to low just to see if we can get any idea from the comments what they're saying. Can't new players just shaft the ones in early access by playing on the servers? Dude, I knew I should have got on this at 6 o'clock, man. Lame Rosie. I was waiting for my tea. I ain't seen nothing. What the fuck, dude? Oh, wait. Just pop back up. Shit, dude. Boys. Boys. Boys, he no work, boys. He no work. Bro. Oh my god. What? Jamie said something was happening in Leeds. I saw that earlier. Sorry, Jamie. I did see you'd said something. This country's fucked, man. Need to play WoW. You had enough of Spyro, have you? Boys, what the fuck is this, boys? Oh, I was hoping to play a little bit of this, man. This is not a birthday present I wanted. Is that true? Joe Biden went to kiss another woman. I don't know if he did he? Did he? I don't know if he did. I think she was just pursing her lips a little bit there. Hold up a second. Okay. Joe Biden was spotted about to kiss another woman. No, I don't think he was. I don't know. I love a bit of a Joe Biden meme content myself, you know? But, I think someone's stretching the truth a little bit there, if I'm honest. Yeah, pup. Oh, puppy. Oh, puppy. Okay. Is she? Okay. Alright, check else out with then. Lads, come on, man. Shit, I should have gone the game earlier. What I get for fucking sitting waffling about on fucking YouTube videos for 2 hours? Oh, mate. We're cooking, boys. We are cooking, boys. Looks like we're moving on to Garte as well. You know, Xerxes, Yotto. Is this year a bit different? Is Ineos actually gonna do some shit for our club? Fire.
Hi there, good evening. We start with breaking news and
Dude's what, 18? He's gonna be on 180 bags a week, bro. Fucking hell.
Manchester United have now completed their second major signing of the summer after signing Joshua Xerxes.
Dude, his real enemies definitely are stairs, bro. Holy shit, watching him go upstairs, it's like sometimes you think the dude stopped. Like someone needs to go up and turn the fucking the what's it on his back, the key on his back, chick 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 chick, you know.
They've now signed teenage defender Lenny Yoro from Lille for a fee of just under £59 million. United.
I like that as well that we walked away from the Branthwaite deal. Everton thought they were going to rinse us, thought that United were going to do what we were doing the last few years. Like, we'll keep paying more, we've got the cash. But it's nice now that Ineos are like, you know what? Fuck you, walking away.
Are going to be paying an initial sum of 52 million with around about 7 million in add-ons. Just 18 years old. He's had 3 years in Liga, a France under-21 international, and he was a priority signing at centre-back for...
I'm happy about this, though, man. I want to see us cultivate young talent now. That's what we've got to start doing.
For United. He was wanted by Real Madrid, but as you can see there, United have got their man, and they're not ruling out further additions in that position as well. Contract length, 5 years, with the option of an extra year.
Right, the club have released a statement, and in that statement they've said...
Now what they need to do is get the fucking leaks fixed.
Manchester United is pleased to confirm that Lenny Yoro has joined the club subject to registration. The French defender has signed a contract until June 2029 with the option to extend for a further year. At the age of just 18, Yoro has already played 60 first-team games for Lille. Last season, he was named in the Ligue 1 Team of the Season, having helped his club finish 4th in the league. Now, Lenny Yoro has had this to say on his move to Old Trafford. Signing for a club with the stature and ambition of Manchester United so early in my career is an incredible honour. Since my first conversations with the club, they set out a clear plan for how I can develop in Manchester as part of this exciting...
That's what I like to hear, man, because like this is United, obviously, it's a great club, known around the world, and throughout the 90s and up to like 2013, absolutely just like top tier club. People went there, their careers exploded. Last few years, it's been a place where careers go to die. Great players have come here and floundered and failed and just become like shadows of the former self. So it's great to hear that that's potentially now what's going to happen. Ineos need to generate that culture that players coming out. We bring great players in, and if they leave better.
Project and showed a lot of care for me and my family. I know about the history of young players at Manchester United and feel it can be the perfect place to reach my potential and achieve my ambitions together with my new teammates. I cannot wait to get started.
Dan Ashworth,
Shout out to Rosie's mum and dad, man. They bought me some official Manchester United pyjamas as well. Let's go.
Yeah, the new Manchester United sporting director has been speaking about the signing, as you would expect as well. Lenny is one of the most exciting young defenders in world football, he says. He possesses every attribute needed to develop into a top-class centre-back. having had such an excellent start to his career.
He'll do well as well, sitting next to Martinez. He'll be a good tutor.
We're excited to support him in reaching his immense potential here at Manchester United. This club has a fantastic record of developing
Dude,
young
I like the new
players,
kit as well,
whether
man. I think
homegrown
I'm
or
gonna
brought
get
in
one
from
of the
elsewhere,
tops, man.
giving
I
them
really like
the
them.
required guidance, time and patience to grow and flourish. Under Eric Ten Hag and our excellent staff, we will ensure that Lenny has the perfect platform to achieve the success that everyone across the club is aiming for. So confirmation then that Manchester United
I can't wait for the new season to start, man. I just hope it's better than last season, because last season was fucking horrible to watch. So yeah, man, looking forward to it. Finally a United cooking. Dude, apparently this game's dog shit as well. This game, Concord, apparently it's caca.
Let's play somebody.
Like, the character animations look great. Dude, I know he's been having back issues, but why the fuck does Drifter streamline down? I know he's obviously got issues with his back, but like, that's just wild to me. How the fuck does he do? Like, does he go? Like, no, I'm not taking the piss out of him having a bad back. You know, that fucking sucks, man. Having a bad back. As somebody who's been there, had issues before. This is going back to like when I was fucking hell, 20. We was doing a roof on a vicarage or Gornal, and they're like 2020 tiles, and the way 2020 tiles are usually packed, they're usually like packed in like within fives, with like bands around them. And like, obviously we were chaining, so basically what that means is you've got a gang of lads. I think there was probably about 5 of us, and you know, you have somebody on the deck, picks the tiles up, throws them up to somebody on a lower level, they grab them, throw them to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. You know, when you see people doing disaster stuff, but that's like, you do it sometimes getting tiles up onto a roof if you're not climbing up individually and carrying your own batches. It's just a quicker way to do it. It's dangerous as fuck sometimes, especially when you're doing it with hand tiles, big tiles. We used to do that sometimes, 2 tiles together. And my brother-in-law's brother had an insane throw. He'd be able to get them right up onto the top of the roof sometimes. Super dangerous in the amount of cuts you get, but it was quicker. And we was doing that the one time, and I remember I caught this batch of tiles and then went to throw them onto the next dude, and just as I came around the twist, my back just was boom, and I just like, it went. Luckily, it totally went, but like I was able after about 10 minutes to just be like, yo, give me a second, lads, I'm fucking in agony here. I was able to like carry on, and then ever since that I just had lower back problems. But so I understand it, but I'm like, dude, that's crazy, man. Surely, like, I know he's not bedridden. It's just a wild way to. I don't know where he does it, man. Like playing mouse and keyboard on my back. That seems fucking mental. I don't know why he doesn't play with the pad more. Like the idea of trying to play with the mouse and keyboard down here next to me is insane.
Yeah, I'm laying down and playing. That's bad. Well, one of my cameras not turning on, so that's not ideal. But yeah, I'm laying down and playing. Normally I have the camera to show that off, but apparently it's decided to crash at a very inopportune time.
Main reason I don't want to fuck with this game is you need to have a PlayStation Network account on Steam. And I've got one. And, you know, I could easily log into it. But I'm just kind of like, I don't want to. I know that's the PlayStation thing now. But I'm sick of having to have fucking shit tons of accounts and stuff. And I just don't like what PlayStation did with Helldivers either. I just think it was kind of shitty. And I just think recent times again, you know, whenever PlayStation are really sitting in a dominant place in the market, they're just really anti-consumer, Sony are. And this is coming from somebody who used to love PlayStation, like, you know, had every single PlayStation right up until the PS5, and I don't have one. I was, you know, PlayStation all the time. I was never one of these fanboys in the Flame Wars, but it was just my preference, and I loved Sony games, and, you know, so many good memories on a PlayStation. But yeah, man, I swear, PlayStation just, like, Sony just seem to be, like, really anti-consumer sometimes, and it sucks.
So this mode is going to be... Oh, I need to start my little recording.
Hair's growing back now, boys. Shaved it off. It's growing back, though.
I'm going to try to start off with the character in the thumbnail. I don't even remember his name. Lizard guy with pistols. I played a little bit of a match earlier.
Bethesda game with no mods. For real, dude. For real. Facial animations on this game are really good, though, man. Some of these characters.
A little bit of a match earlier to make sure everything was...
Yeah, the game looks...
Get up here, get up here, come on.
Looks like it should be free to play.
So awkwardly. I think that's the balance to this character. Otherwise, she'd just be broken.
apparently as well, I think, I don't know if it's in all the modes, but you know when you win a round with one of the characters, you don't get to play with them for the rest of the game or something? To stop people like, which I get, I kind of, it's an interesting system to stop people locking in that character that they really like and just going ham, but it's kind of, I don't know if I like that system.
There's gotta be some like health pots around here somewhere.
I suppose it forces you to learn all the characters as well, I guess, which I suppose is not a bad
Spawns
thing.
are definitely not COD-like. I can never quite get a good feel for where the enemy is going.
Like,
Okay,
when I see some of the gameplay, it's almost like it's trying to be Unreal Tournament, but not. You know? It's like trying to take the good things from that, but then having clunky, slow movement, which just doesn't work for that type of
I don't think I enjoy her.
shooting.
So let me try Mr. Stealth Guy. This could be really fun. Or stealth lady, robot person, who knows. My pretty long cooldown on this.
It just looks like it should be free to play, yeah.
Pistol.
It's going to be like, how much is it going to be actually? Before I say, let's actually find out. 35 quid. So yeah, it's not full price.
Pistol slaps.
Still, it's got a buy-in.
Yeah,
this game's dead on arrival, I think. So I've heard a lot of people just saying it's slop and it's not very good at all. The ones who have played it. Obviously, can't comment on that because you know I haven't played it. But I just think if that seems to be the general consensus on a game like this, when there's a lot of free-to-play options in the shooter space that are good,
gonna murder me.
It's gonna really struggle in it.
Okay, I need to actually read these abilities. I don't know what my Q and E are doing. Hold up. Show. No, oh, I didn't mean to pick that. Great, I picked a guy that I...
Yeah, I saw that you'd shared that in the Discord, Jamie, that Splitgate 2 is coming out.
It's like some kind of grenade.
Interesting names, because I like Splitgate. That game died though, didn't it?
That's a scanner, okay.
But that was mechanically, that was the same game, that was. That was like a kind of a mix between like Halo and almost like a Quake kind of vibe to it. It was cool the way you created your teleports, like portals, you know, to go through.
Ooh. Kind of a...
Game looks shit, man. The characters though look really nice, you know, especially the facial animations. They look lovely.
We need to go cap a zone with my stealthy character.
Intel coming your way.
People be putting up barriers all over the place.
Map looks trash as well. Like the layout, like the lanes, the you know, the actual like layouts, not the visuals of it, just like the layout kind of look. It just looks a bit convoluted and shit.
Go invisible here.
Yeah, I don't know what was the character to run away from. Is he a melee character then?
Oh god.
Okay, so it, as I said, a little bit like it's got that sort of Quake Unreal thing there, because it looks like there's health pickups and stuff. Is there like weapon pickups as well?
Pistol. I keep thinking I need to reload it more than I do. I do love these little healing zones here.
And still
very
got wrecked.
Squishy character. I think I'm going to give one more round with this particular squishy character. Just to make sure that I got plenty of footage.
Dude, I tell you, the shooter that looks really good in my opinion that I didn't get a chance to play was fucking Fragpunk. That looks fire, man.
Take Zone Charlie.
You might try to play Zenless pretty soon. Hey, he's got a taste, boys. He's got a taste. He's like, ooh, that's nice. What else have you got on the menu? I like that one. What's that? Let me try it. But I have to put one of them mirror video soon. One day after playing gacha games. 1 week after playing gacha games. 1 month after playing gacha games. You know?
Yeah, Yeah, I didn't think I was going to win that. I'm not playing this character right, and I know it. I'm supposed to run up behind him and spam a little bit here. Burn canister. Okay, so now I've just got like a big area of denial type person. Seems like you only get points when you control both zones. So as long as we hold Bravo and don't lose it, which we're about to do. Do not have a good feel for this.
Oh.
Ever to reload. Okay.
Fuck me right off. Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. Yeah, I love the game, I do. It's a lot of fun.
It's like Junkrat versus Pharah over here. Like just a big projectile battle, a big goofy one.
I don't know if it's just the way Drift is playing,
we're
but
about to lose the game as soon as we lose Zone Bravo.
The fights don't look great, man.
So that's Junkrat. Got it.
This big fucker.
That's GG right there. Okay. Moment, stop. Proc, are you ready to join and play a game? Let me know if you are.
Hey, at least we gave them a run for their money.
And Kamoso, yes, it is a lot like Overwatch.
Is it though? I don't think it is, looking at it.
Oh yeah, we gaming.
Have you played
it's
any?
It's got a hero element, which obviously is going to make it seem like Overwatch. Oh, no,
nope.
I don't really feel like Overwatch.
Cool, so we're playing TDM. It is.
Oof.
See if I can invite you.
It says pre-order. Don't you have to pre-order the game to?
I don't have you
pre-purchase the game
in game
to get.
We would need to be like PlayStation friends or something.
What?
Or I don't know. I'm just like, is that what we'd need to be, or is there something else?
Hold up, let me see if I can access my. What is it?
For real, Neo. For real. You know, like people like to rag on Overwatch, and it's fair game. It deserves it. Like, you know, Blizzard deserve everything they get regarding, you know, how Overwatch was handled at launch, all the PvE stuff, how it was scrapped. But at the end of the day, Overwatch is still a fucking incredibly tight, good game. You know, there's no denying the actual core element of Overwatch, in my opinion. Obviously, if you played it a lot, meta changes and all that, you know, you might be like, dude. You don't know, but the game in itself, it's a good game, man. Like, I don't think it's fair on Overwatch to compare it in that sense.
There you are.
Well, I'm not online on Steam.
Are you in the game?
Actually, I'm in the game. Wait a minute.
I think I got fucking fleas, man. My fucking head's itching.
Yep. I'll just give it a moment. It doesn't show you as in game right now.
I'm definitely in game. Like, try if you do.
I feel as well, lying on a soft bed, man.
F1.
As well as sitting though doesn't help. Wouldn't it be better trying to stand in? I don't know what his issues. I shouldn't comment on it. You know, I don't know what his issues are. I feel like lying on a bed, man, because like whenever I do that, as well as mine's different though. It's from an injury, like say from working. Lying down on my back on the bed for ages, I get lower back pain.
I don't see you online
know what I mean?
on PlayStation either.
I get a lot less when I'm sitting, but obviously it's different for everybody.
Okay.
Imagine getting an adjustable desk and standing.
Everywhere else, so yeah.
Nah, it's just fucking itchy head. I think it's because I shaved my head and my hair's just growing out. Because like my hair,
let's try this.
It gets to a point like after I've shaved my head, like I have this slow grow and then all of a sudden it's just like, boom. You know what I mean?
Shift in F1. Add. Switch is proc_prime.
No underscore.
Prime.
I like his headset though. What headset's that?
You add friend. Send request.
There we go.
Bro, I'm getting a little pissed now. This fucking game needs to work, bro.
Alrighty, are you able to join or do you need an invite?
Yep.
I want to play.
Awesome. Let's see if I can go back to playing.
Dude.
Yep, I can indeed. We can play. So I have it unlocked, so we can both play the domination mode.
Good.
Yep.
Good.
All right, I've seen enough.
I've done my audio setting.
Not interested. If it's free to play, I'd check it out definitely. But I ain't playing it. I ain't playing it. I ain't buying it. Dude, the whole Boogie situation's just wild, isn't he? Fucking wild. Dude, I love the first feeling of shaving my head. I love it. I love the feeling. It's nice when you get a fresh haircut in general, especially when you get to like a, you know, like grade 1 at the back and the sides or something. Like the feeling of putting the feeling of putting a cap on when I've shaved my head. Oh, I love it, man. It feels nice, and just running my hands over it's just, it's nice. I'm over it now though. As soon as I shaved it this time, I was like, regrets. Mistakes were made. Yeah, dude. It's just dude is such an emotionally manipulative person as well. Like, it's unbelievable. The dude is such a gaslighter, and he's so incredibly manipulative. It's sickening, man. The weird thing is, dude, when I was watching the podcast the other day, you know, like Destiny was on and Wings was on and Keen was on. I was like, man, this dude makes Destiny and Wings not look bad. But then again, Destiny's a piece of shit. Like the stuff he said about that fireman who got shot at the Trump thing was just disgusting. You know, you can have your political views, but like to like take the piss out of that, like I was just like, that's real low. That is, dude. You know. He does, or if he's gonna stay, you know, just, like, I think what Boogie needs to do, yeah, because Boogie's a nerd, he's a nerd at heart, and he's never gonna make the money he used to make on YouTube. Hey, babe, he just needs to lean into that nerd culture that he enjoys, and just cultivate a small audience, how Wings has got, and just pay his bills. The problem with Boogie is, like, what he's done is he was stupid in when he split up with his wife, and like some parts of me as well, I'm like, I don't know if I believe all the stuff that he said then as well, because he gave her pretty much half of everything, and there's part of me that's like, well, I can understand it because she was like, she helped him through so much stuff. She was kind of like his nurse, his carer for a while and all that before he lost weight. But like, she left him, and then he was like, he gave pretty much half of everything, and like that was a massive thing. And then, you know, and he's like, well, he can't believe a word that comes out of his mouth, so he's like, take everything with a grain of salt. But he's like, he's got somebody living in his house and they don't pay rent, and he's like, well, I'm doing it for a friend. And he's like, yeah, but like when you're struggling, dude, you've got to be at a point where you've got to start to look out for yourself. And, you know, it's just like, if he cut back on things, like, he'd be a lot better off. It's like, he should have sold his house a while ago, downgraded. There's nothing wrong with it. Too many people, man, like, in situations like that, I'm like, well, I ain't selling this, you know. And it's just like, yeah, but it's causing you so much hassle. Just go live a little bit lighter, man, and you'll be a lot happier, like, and you'll be able to live on a lot less. That's where we get trapped as in the consumer part of the world, don't we? Nowadays, we get to a level and you feel like you've got to constantly maintain it, like, and we can't ever drop back. And you know, you end up living to work instead of working to live, and you know, next thing you know, you're fucking old and you're about to die, and it was all a waste of time. Nah, I can't get on the game, mate. Yeah, she left him, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, I'd have, like, if she'd have done a lot for me, I'd, like, you know, well, let's sort something out, bro. Give me your fucking off. You know, Rosie's a fucking breadwinner in our relationship nowadays. There's no way I'd leave Rosie and expect her to give me off, or even if she tried to, I'd be like, you ain't doing it. I have more respect for her than that. Yeah, definitely, yeah. I agree with that, yeah. I think that's one thing that a lot of people, especially, I don't know, maybe people will deal with it better nowadays. I think some people learn to deal with it better, but that relevancy in this field is shorter lived than any other entertainment field. You know, movie stars are only relevant for periods of time. There's only the greats that really stay relevant for a long time. Music, whatever it is, you know, you've got a small window in the entertainment space to make as much as you can and then get out with your dignity, I guess. And there's too many people now that think, you know, that they've got to keep that going, and when they are doing well, they're stupid and they blow everything, and then when the relevancy fails, they can't deal with it monetarily or emotionally, and they exacerbate it because now they need the money, and they're letting everybody know that, and they push it. It speeds up that decline even more, you know. No, I think you've got a good, decent balance, Rosie. In terms of your problem is you just do too much at home, which you don't need to do half the time. You just, but at the same time, you are in that point where you're trying to grow your career, and I think you've got it just right. You know, you're doing that little bit extra to try and get ahead, but you're not doing too much. You know, there's a difference of like, and you're in the position, I suppose. Well, I don't know if it's lucky. You've got me. Maybe that's a bad thing, but you know, you've got a partner. Some people are doing that part of their life when they're single, so that they put so much into the career. They don't have friends. They don't have time for themselves. They don't get a partner, and then they're 35, they're 40, and yeah, they're doing well in their job, but they're you know, they haven't lived a life kind of thing. Like, you know what I mean? They haven't experienced, like, you know, a partner, a friend, and all that sort of stuff. And for some people, that's fine, you know. For most people, it's not easy. Dude, I'm a wise personal fucking albatross. Oh, bro. Fucking ass. Absolute ass. Let's close the game down totally. We just have a look on Twitter again. uh What's going on the EU servers? It says good to go, but we're stuck in enter screen in the game. We have been waiting 3 hours and we have no information. Tweet or something. Anyone else having issues with getting into the Throne and Liberty? Been trying for 20 minutes, just keep saying disconnected from server. I haven't got past the main menu yet. Just play Throne and Liberty and Yogs. It's pretty cringe. First off, the game is run by Amazon, you know, one who owns AWS, so you'd think their servers are good. Yeah, the server connections suck. Second, this game is the same old Asian MMO you're going to get. It's got the same old anime sounding cringe character and beings. You can turn into an animal when you sprint, which is, I wish we could turn it off. Backstory telling you don't have to play the game, it plays itself more than, well, that, if you play the classic mode. If you play the action mode, it doesn't. And that's the mount system in the game. Okay. Oh, fuck. There's not, there's nothing. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything. Ah. Oh yeah, apparently now in Star Wars, when somebody goes from being in the light side to the dark side, the lightsaber just changes colour. No, because they don't have to go like rebuild the the lightsabers and change the crystals and stuff, and then imbue that hatred into the crystal. It just whoa, I've got a red saber now. Fucking fuck. Jesus Christ. What have Disney done to Star Wars? What's this? An important message. A very important message. Let's see this. We might as well watch it, haven't we? We can't play the game. A very important message. Tectone. Let's see what he's got to say. Watching Poke here by the looks of things.
Gotcha, content creators. Okay, what is it?
I feel that as a
Is it neutral? Is it going to be neutral?
content creator,
Yeah.
letting online comments affect your mental that much is not going to be good for you.
If any
It's true. It's true. Obviously, some people are trash. At the end of the day, we're all human. But I think if you're going to, you know, it's like being a boxer and not liking getting punched in the face or not being able to deal with getting punched in the face, you know. Nobody really likes to get punched in the face. Like, nobody really likes mean things to be said about them. But, you know, then, you know, if you're going to be a boxer, you got to deal with it. If you're going to be a content creator, you got to deal with it. In a perfect world, you wouldn't have to. But we're not in a perfect world, so I do agree with that.
anybody says that Mr. Pokey was the first to say this, I'm going to lose my mind. That does not mean that repetition does not help. Reinforce the narrative definitely helps. I have been saying this shit for 6 years, guys. I've been saying this shit for 6 years.
I don't think this is a new thing. I think most people who are sensible know that from a long time ago, you know? Some people just can't deal with it. And I get it, some people have to deal with it more. And that's why you end up getting lolcows, because they react so much to their audience, don't they? And they're trolls, and they're just, you know, it creates a freaking cycle of well, turns into memes in the end of the day.
And then people will say, well, then Tectone, why do you hide comments? Let me tell you why. Because I'm not going to allow dumb to go on my channel and type dumbass shit.
That's the best way to deal with things as well. People try and conflate the two there. You know, letting it get to you, and well, it's one thing letting it get to you, but then expressing it and expecting people to give a damn is totally different than just being like, you know what, you say some dumb shit, I'm gonna ban you or hide the comments. It's fine, man. You know, that's exactly it's totally fair for a content creator to do that. And it doesn't mean that, oh, you're somehow soft as shit now. You know, it's just reacting to it and then letting everybody know you're reacting to it. That's when it's like, you know, hot take, right, from Pokey, brave soul.
Why the would I? I'm good. What, you think I'm gonna let you be a retard for fun? No, that's my job. You want to type dumb shit? Do it somewhere else. I don't give a and that reinforced the narrative. I don't give a what you say.
Facts.
I'm not gonna listen to what the you say, and I'm gonna do whatever the I want. And if you want to be annoying, and
I'm always willing to listen. I'll listen to people chat shit. I've bounced so much off trolls in the past saying dumb shit. Really doesn't bother me, you know, edgelords, whatever it might be, fucking people just trying to be as horrible as shit. It just doesn't bother me at the end of the day. It's like, and I think, you know, it's like online games. If you're going to allow, you know, when somebody comes on the mic and starts saying horrible things, so that really to upset you, then I'm sorry, hot take, you're a little bit soft in that sense. People shouldn't do it, but it's going to happen. And I think if you're going to enter that realm, like I say, if you're going to enter the boxing ring, expect to get punched in the face. You're going to play video games online, expect for people to say some fucked up shit to you. It's just the way of the world, man.
brigade my shit, nah, I'm good. Because I guarantee
there's a mute button in voice chat, same way as there's a hide comment button or a block button. It's a really good system that works really well, actually.
you, and you probably don't even know this. If you out here typing some dumb shit, your ass probably shadow banned. You are typing comments into the void, and nobody sees that shit but yourself. And it's hilarious.
Yeah, that's the best thing.
It's hilarious to me.
I love that.
How many dumb motherfuckers are going to come to my chat, try to type some dumb shit?
Why is he not reacting?
Oh, dude, he's going to see this. Oh, I'm going to call.
To be fair, sometimes I love that, especially when, like me, as a smaller streamer, and people do come into your chat and they do that. It happened literally the other day. Somebody come in saying some fucked up shit, and I just ignored it. I saw it. I was just like, you know what? Not even going to pay attention. Not even going to pay attention. Replied to it a little bit later, but I thought they'd left. I think they'd left. They come by again, did it again, didn't reply, left, come by again. Hi. It's just like, some people are just attention starved, man. So if they don't get it, even if they don't want positive attention and they want you to notice them like that, they'll just go somewhere else and try and get negative attention elsewhere.
The N-word. Nah, bro, you're talking to the void. You're talking to the void. And you don't even get it. And then you come back to my channel every day to type some dumb shit. Your comment gets blacklisted. And all you do is give me a view. And that's it. And that's what's crazy. So I get to monetize your ass for being a dumbass. And Ain't no sweat off my back. Ain't no sweat off anybody's back. If you're a content creator, I highly recommend using that feature. It's fantastic.
Exactly. Same with gamers. You know, if somebody's saying stuff to you that's upsetting you in a game, just mute them. It's perfect, man. It's a real good system, you know. It's like they just disappear and it's like, wow, who'd have thought, you know? But now too many people are going to be like, I've got to get on Twitter, man, and show people of how horrible this person was in a video game. And it's like, and then all people like hate that when people go, oh man, they wouldn't have survived in the COD lobby because people are like, that's so fucking worn out. But it's like, as if that's like an excuse for how people should be. But it's just like, that's just a fact though. That's how people are. And that's how it was. And people just, you know, just what it is kind of thing, you know? It'd be beautiful if everything was, you know, fluffy kitties and flowers, but that's just not the way things are. And, you know, let's face it, sometimes it's kind of funny, isn't it?
It's called shadow ban. And then they're gone and they don't even know it.
Speaking from personal experience,
yeah.
At the very start, right? At the very start, I used to read like almost every single YouTube comment, be it calling me dog shit or be it liking.
Do you know the one comments that I used to react to more? And it's weird because as an adult, I don't care about this at all anyway. I know my opinion is just my opinion. And I know things I say, I'm intelligent enough to know that I know fuck all about a lot of stuff. Even stuff that I think I know about, I'm intelligent to know that I could just be talking out my arse. But I must admit, it was a comments that where people weren't giving me constructive criticism or critiquing me. It'd be like, they'd come back with a really quite eloquent, well put together reply to something that I'd said. And I'd feel like, well, I've almost got to kind of reply now and argue my point in a way. And it's fine if it's just, you know, a little bit of a back and forth. But like, that's one thing that I just don't really worry too much about now. You know what I mean? Yo. Thanks for the follow, dude. I just really don't worry about that shit anymore. Like, you know, obviously I'll read the comment and reply, you know, in as well-meaning way as I possibly can. But I just don't really get down into it too much. You know, I like to have discussions with people and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, that's one thing that I think it used to bother me more than somebody coming on and just going, yeah, dude, you look like a fucking wanker. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why. It's just almost as if, like, in my head, I'm like, oh, my opinion's being questioned here, and it's such a stupid way to think about stuff. But in real life, I wasn't like that. And I know, I'm intelligent enough to know that my opinion means shit. But, like, I'd feel like I'd got to almost fight my corner in that sense. It's like, I don't really need to. So I just, like, you know, I look at them comments and I'm like, you know, fair point, whatever. Maybe just a little like on the comment, reply to it. Good point, and that's it. Where before, I'd have to be like, oh, no, I've got to rebuttal that, like, and it's such a waste of energy as well.
Yeah, and I want to agree with this because I remember Mr. Pokey's personality, his takes were entirely reflective of what was being said in his chat and what was being said by the public opinion. But I think he's more and more growing into his own person. But unfortunately,
Mr. Pokey's only like 24 or 25 or 26, yeah. Still young as well, you know. I think this is the thing. When I was like this is going back, well, when I first started creating content as well. You grow as a person as you get older anyway, but I think you grow as time passes in a content creator as well. It's almost like a second aging, you know? You just start to learn to just understand that, like, it's the internet, man. Shit's going to be a little bit wild sometimes, and you just have to just be like, just take it with a grain of salt, man. Just be like, you know, it is what it is kind of thing, and just don't let it get to you. Too many people do that really care about people that they're never going to meet on the internet, who a lot of the time are saying some shit that you're just like, dude, why would you even care about what that person thinks anyway? You know what I mean?
Sometimes you have to grow your community and not let your community grow you. So being able to make a take without consulting your chat and seeing what they're saying first is very important.
That's true as well. That's one thing I used to do, actually. I did used to do that as well, especially when I was streaming back in the day on GTA, and I really started to grow and I get, like, you know, between like 200 to 600 people watching. I'd always feel like I've got to kind of bounce off the opinion of the chat rather than creating my own opinion, where now it's like, you know what, if I state something that people don't like, it just is what it is. That's my opinion. It don't really matter, you know? You give your opinion, it's fair, we'll talk about it, and beyond that, who gives a fuck, really? It don't really matter. We're all stupid, you know? Let's face it.
Important as a content creator if you do want to remain your own person. Now, that being said, there are content creators like Mizkif who just see what their chat's saying, see what the public's saying, then say, I agree with what they're saying, and then says the N-word. But yeah, it just depends on what content creator you want to be. But yeah.
I read them all. Right now,
I mean, that's less about even just what content creator you want to be, what kind of person you want to be. Because that's important in your real life. You don't let it happen in real life. Well, some people do, you know? Allow everybody else's opinions on things. Well, that actually, a lot of people do that, don't they? You know, that's one thing. That's a good piece of advice, man. You should be your own person. You know, people are always going to have different opinions. Don't follow what other people think just because it's the accepted viewpoint in society all the time, and or the contemporary viewpoint at that particular time. Obviously, there's levels to this sort of stuff. You know, if you're thinking like some fucked up shit that is clearly fucked up, that's different. But you know what I'm talking about. In terms of just opinions, and definitely don't let your chat sway you too much either. As well, that's an important point, that is, as well, especially for anybody starting out on content creation, or even people who've been doing it a long time. That's why you see some creators turn into lolcos, because they end up getting pulled from pillar to post, and they never even have an opinion that's their own. You know, they just become a reflection of the people around them, which nobody wants to be that.
I realized that considering a lot of it is not worth your mental energy nor your capacity to do your daily activities. It's not worth it to let these negative online comment.
Yeah, man, life's too short for that shit.
Get into you, right? Be it YouTube comments, be it Twitch chat, be it fucking even Twitter.
Like none of that. I definitely let that sort of stuff affect me a little bit more in real life, even now. And I respect some people, you know, who are like, even people you don't necessarily like or don't agree with, but are just unabashedly themselves in every situation. It's like, man, I cannot help but respect that. Disagree with what you're saying, and I even think you're a bit of an arsehole sometimes, but it's like, I respect that, you know? And there's almost a little bit of I wish I was like that in a lot more situations. And I'm talking more IRL here, out in the real world and stuff kind of thing, you know what I mean? I think it's a respectable characteristic, personally.
Right? Because there's bound.
You're never going to be everyone's friend. Well, who wants to be everybody's friend anyway?
Be people saying nasty ass things.
Now, here's the thing. These nasty things can affect a lot of people. They absolutely can. But here's my bit of advice. I have been proclaimed as the main tank of the gacha community. There's not a role that I've chosen, but it's kind of been given to me out of necessity.
Yeah, right, Tectone. You chose that role with glee. Come on.
Not out of choice. And why don't you just let me deal with these people? And you guys go about living your lives comfortably in your nice little homes and your nice little content space.
Tectone legit chose the role of that. He wants to be that, you know, that meme of the soldier over the little child's bed taking all the knives in the back. That's straight up what Tectone wants to be.
I will fight for your freedom.
All stats thrown into a defense and a counter.
About combating these people, just give it to daddy. Okay? Let daddy handle it. Let daddy handle it. I will deal with the crazy people, and then you guys just keep on playing your games. Okay? I got you guys. I will taunt them.
Fuck them.
No, it's no big deal.
Fuck them.
Super nasty things. I'm pretty sure if I were to go back and scroll a little bit, I can definitely find some right now.
Yeah.
But at this point, I'm just, I don't even give a So, what I'm doing is mainly just let the video go up and just ship it. Here and there, I scroll through a little bit. You know, sometimes if I see you guys on my top comments, I'll like give you a little heart here and there. Sometimes I do see, like, you know, when you first open up the YouTube Studio app, there was...
It's kind of what I'll do now, really. You know, I will reply here and there, just, you know, just because if I think somebody's said something that I'm like, oh, you know what? I feel the need to reply to that. Yeah, that's the most thing I do now. Little like, little heart, boom, maybe pin a comment, you know, big agree, don't really agree, boom, that's it, not replying after that kind of thing. Like, it's just too much energy, man.
Show you the most recent comments, right?
I don't know, some people are like, oh man, how can yo, dude, you got like 3 people watching, we're gonna reply to people. It's like, but you know, if you feel you want to, end of the day, that's fuck it otherwise.
The most recent comments, some of them, you know, it hurts me, right? Oh my god, I'm very, very sad. I'm very, very disappointed. You know, they will like call me names, you know, it makes me very angry, you know.
I think it's really funny when I get a message from a content creator and they're saying, they're calling me names in my chat. They're leaving mean comments. What do I do? And I say,
dude, I think, see, like that. I think the reason why that sort of stuff doesn't bother me, like I say, more like a legitimate questioning of a viewpoint that I've got used to bother me more. It doesn't anymore because, you know, everybody has differing viewpoints. But like, that's something that I'd have to, like I said, I feel like I've got to respond to and put energy into. But people being mean never has ever bothered me. I think that's just because I grew up in where I grew up, you know, in a pretty rough area, and I had a lot of like lad friends who were proper like geezer lads. Like, you know, we got up to a bit of no good. We were a little bit of like street rats, and that's just how we grew up. Being friendly with each other was being fucked up towards each other, saying fucked up shit. You know, getting, you know how lads are. You get a bit physical with each other and stuff, and you know, that's just how it was. So it's like when people say mean shit to me, I'm just like, yeah, I do, man. Like, it's like that Bane thing, man. You know, like you merely adopted the darkness. You know, I was born in it, kind of thing. It's just like it just doesn't bother me at all. Doesn't bother me, and never has done. But as I said, maybe people questioning my viewpoint and maybe making me think, actually, do you know what? They might be right now. Wait a minute. I've got to defend it, which obviously I don't now because I'm more mature now and I've grew out of that. Well, I'll say more mature. I've grew out of that phase, should I say so much? And I'm just like, yeah, whatever it is, man. Yeah, that's fair. Your viewpoint, you might be right. And anyway, most of it's subjective anyway, so it don't really matter.
So there's this thing called the ban button. Okay? There's a thing called a ban button, and here's their mentality. Well, I don't really have that many viewers, so I can't just ban people. Okay, so I want to break this down for you to an analogy, because I know there's a lot of content creators who watch my videos, and I know you guys are...
I don't know what I was going to say there, but that's fair. Like, I used to do these, actually, back in the day. And it wasn't necessarily trolls, but, you know, where people would be in the community, and there was, like, mainstays of the community, not even just from a donating side of things, although that probably would even push you to maybe be a little bit less liberal with dealing with it. But even with just people who was just major parts of the community or regulars, but then would start to become kind of negatives in the community, you know, either the way they were with other people in chat or the way they were about certain things. It was usually the way they were with other community members. And I'd kind of like, I'd just try my best not to get involved and I let other people deal with it. And it's just like, I could see this person's really starting to fuck me off. And I wouldn't do anything about it because I'm like, you know, I've only got a small audience. I don't want to make it smaller. You know, that's going against what I'm doing here. And in the end, that just kind of, one, it's a bother to you. But once it starts to infest your community with like negativity and it starts to push other people away because they don't want to go in and get kind of, you know, fucked off with this person who's just an annoying prick when they're coming to just try and chill out and watch a stream. You know, it really starts to bring everybody down then. And in the end, the thing that you don't want to happen by banning people, which is making your viewership smaller, it happens anyway. And it's a lot more insidious as well and a little bit more, you know, it takes a lot more effect. And then you look like a dickhead as well to everybody else. So yeah, fuck them, man, just ban them.
Probably going to message me thanking me for this advice because it's another great analogy. Okay, let's say you run a store and you're a local business. You have 30 customers in your store, and then you have one guy who comes into your store, who's drunk, who's reeks of alcohol, who's throwing Molotov cocktails and sexually assaulting your other customers.
I think he's going down the route of what I've just said, but in a typical tech tower, mate, yo, he's throwing mollies and sexually assaulting the other customers. All right, let's see where this goes.
Are you going to say, oh, but I really need the customers? Or are you going to realize, well, that one customer is making the rest of your customers very uncomfortable? You're going to shoot them.
The analogy kind of works. It does. It's what I just said, but it's super extreme. It's like, well, if you didn't deal with it anyway, the store would be burnt down anyway. But the theory kind of, you know, it works. It's like I say, those toxic people are going to burn down your community. And without the community, you got fuck all, haven't you, really?
You're going to shoot them immediately. And then, just in case, you're going to shoot them again. And that's pretty much how that goes. So yeah, you may not have that many viewers and you may be afraid of banning people, but if that one viewer is making the rest of your viewers uncomfortable, then you need to get them the fuck out of there, because I promise you, if you were in a store and there was a raging alcoholic screaming at the clerks and groping...
It's extreme analogy, but, you know, he's bang on the money there.
Random
really
people.
I made this mistake quite a lot of times in the past. That's one thing where that was a weak point for me, because I just kind of wanted everybody to enjoy the stay. I was quite liberal with things, you know. I've always, like I say, I've grown up with people insulting me, so that was kind of like, I wanted people to come in and just kind of like, you know, be a little bit loose with things. I didn't want it to be a dictatorial kind of environment where it's like, you're not allowed to say that, don't say these things, you don't joke about that, like, we don't do that here, you know, we're a PG kind of space. I kind of wanted everybody to just not do what they wanted, but, you know. And I'm still kind of like that now, but I'm definitely, if someone's kind of annoying other people in the chat and they're just like, you know, it's just like, dude, just jog on, you know, I'll definitely call it out. We don't really get that anymore anyway, which is like a good thing, but that's because like being a smaller content creator now. I've always been a small content creator, but there was at a point where, you know, every day I'd have like 500 or 600 people watching back in the GTA days. And, you know, that's a lot of people still, you know, not Tecton levels, but that's still a lot of people. So you would get a lot of fucking idiots, you know? And it can poison the pond, it can poison the water supply, can't it? And really turn people off. So you got to deal with it.
You would probably leave the store too, huh? So that's why,
you know, otherwise you might as well just go stream on Kick.
You should ban. And that's why not everybody deserves to have a voice. And that's just how I feel. And you can disagree if you like, but I promise you it's very good for the health of your channel and very good for the health of your own mental.
No, that's facts, man, facts.
But then I realized, oh wait, I'm playing video games for a living.
Exactly.
I'm completely content.
Exactly.
Get it? Content. I'm completely content with my current situation. And these negative...
Yeah, a lot of people need to realize, hey, bro, you're playing video games for a living. Cheer the fuck up. It's not that big of a
for
deal.
real. Like, don't get me wrong. Obviously, I'm not making a living out of it. I make a little bit of money here and there, you know? I make a little bit of money, but I'm lucky enough to be in a position where I've got an awesome missus and I'm in a decent situation where I can still sit at home and play video games and stream. Might not be making a living out of it, so to speak, but I've got the freedom to do it. So, yeah, man, you know, if you are in that position, hey, look at it this way, man. You get to do something that you absolutely love every day and you're getting paid for it. And there's so many people who love to do it. It's a fucking awesome place to be. You know, you're living life in a fucking super cool way. Don't let that sort of shit get you down, man. Because, like, imagine taking the shine off it because some dickhead said some mean stuff to you on the internet who's probably sitting in the Cheeto-infested freaking basement, you know, super overweight and just sweaty, smelly fucker who never gets out of the house trying to make you feel bad because, I don't know, they want to make themselves feel bad. And you're here living a great life, earning a living off playing video games, and you're letting that person get you down. Fuck them.
Feedback or whatever. It's not going to change that. It's not going to change that. Somebody saying I'm dog shit at the game, or somebody say, oh my god.
Then why'd you take a break? Let me tell you why I took a break. Because I fucking wanted to, and I was getting used to my new medication. That's pretty much it, right? I don't want you guys to see me getting used to...
And even if you want to take a break anyway, because, like, content creation, it's not hard. Of course, it's not. In terms of, you know, we've seen the videos of some content creators making out that, bro, it's harder than doing a 9 to 5, and it's fucking not. It's not. This is coming from somebody who's worked as a roofer, as fucking a labourer, as in sales, in pretty much a bit of everything. You know, I've done it. You know what I mean? I've been like, I like to call myself a jack of all trades and a master of none. I know fuck all about most things, but I've done a lot of stuff. And this is the easiest thing I could do. The hardest thing about content creation is creativity, which is why it's great to farm content, because you can be creatively devoid and it's still fun to do. And just talking and attempting, I guess, to be somewhat interesting or entertaining. And beyond that, it's not hard, but it can, I don't know how to describe it. It can be just a little bit draining sometimes, to the point where you're just like, I need to reset. And if you've already got a job and this is a side gig, you can do that. And if it's a job where you're earning enough money, you can afford to do that. I think that's totally fine, man. There's nothing wrong with that. It's no different than like somebody who makes music or somebody who's in films. He's doing something that's super fun to do, and most people will give the freaking left arm to do, and isn't considered difficult in the traditional sense of things, but he's got his own things that, like, maybe, you know, not everybody could do because they take a certain kind of personal kind of talent. But you can have that, like, reset, and you know, it's totally fair.
The new things I'm putting inside my body. And
Obviously,
it's also not
medication as well,
anything
it's
crazy. It's propranolol. It's a blood pressure medication. And it also made me very sleepy because I didn't realize that when my body finally felt good, I was sleeping 24 fucking...
Why has he got high blood pressure? Is propranolol to drop blood pressure or raise it? Propranolol for anxiety. Propranolol, that's what he said, yeah? It's a beta blocker. That is to reduce your blood pressure. Because I'm pretty sure that was what my mum was on for a bit. Symptoms of anxiety and prevent migraines. You have a heart problem, you can take propranolol to treat high blood pressure. Interesting.
7. Like, there were days where I would wake up, sleep, wake up, sleep, wake up, sleep. Right? And then when I was done sleeping and napping today, I went to bed again.
So I know some of the medication that my mum does take as well. Like, that takes a while to get used to, especially the one that I forgot what it was called, but it like could give her raging headaches until she got used to it. And then if she does end up mistakenly missing a day, then she takes it the next day, gives her really bad headaches again, like, because it's like, you know, obviously it's affecting your heart and the way your blood runs through your brain and all that sort of stuff. Like, yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Other than that, I could have 1,000,000% streamed.
I don't think
this
it's necessarily
week,
the one that deals with your blood pressure. I think it's because it dilates blood vessels, I think.
Don't think it would have been good content, so why not just take the opportunity? Plus, I'll be real, there was no big updates, and the only thing that happened was that people discovered that China hates black people. Yeah, it's pretty much it.
It takes a beta block to become an alpha male.
Saying that, oh my god, you could even backflip in the fucking. I'm still gonna keep doing what I like to do. In the grand scheme of things, it matters very, very little. So I think that not just for you, right? Not just for you.
Wait, was Poké getting rolled because he sucks ass at Wuthering Waves? He can't help it.
I remember that video because like he's actually decent at the game, but there was that, you know, you can backflip in Wuthering Waves, so you can jump and you can press right click to backflip, or you can use your shift, I think, as well, can't you? And they did a challenge where you had to get on one of the lampposts in Jinzhou, I think it was, and see how many backflips you could do on the lamppost. You know, there's that one little event in the game at the start where you can do the backflips on top of the boxes. There was doing a thing and see how many backflips you can do without falling off the lamp at the top of the lamppost, like. And it didn't seem like he knew how to backflip. It was funny, man. It was funny.
It's not his fault. Okay, to be fair, it's pretty hard. EO got shot on in his latest video. Yeah, was it deserved or no? I need to go check it out.
Yeah, we was kind of a difficult. Well, it's not a difficult game in part to the story and stuff like. But when you get to some of the end game content, man, it's legit. Actually, some hard content. Like, you know, not taking the piss. It's legit difficult content. Like,
he looks really upset. He looks really, really, really fucking upset. Like, I'll be real. The things I've seen with EO lately,
that's one of Wings of Redemption's biggest things. Like, dude hates it when people take the mick out of his gameplay skills. You know, because at the end of the day, Wingsy's like he's got like I think he's got to like champion in Rainbow Six, which is the top rank, and like he does, like, you can tell he knows a bit about the game. He spent time looking at how the game went, but like at the end of the day, like Wingsy's reaction time and he's aiming is just terrible, you know. He's just really bad. Like, I've watched enough content of him, it's just like, dude, that's so bad. But like he gets so upset when people question him, and I remember him saying before, like, he could, because I think he put so much of his ego into being good at video games, as if it really matters, and it really gets him down. At end of the day, I think unless you're a pro video game player and being good means whether you win a tournament or you lose a tournament, who gives a fuck? If you're making money and you're playing video games, even if you're not that great, it doesn't matter if you're making money.
Definitely seems like he's crashing out, like really, really, really hard. But I need to go react to that video myself. I am very curious because I actually like EO. I really love talking to the guy, but he definitely seems like he's underneath a great amount of duress. Yeah, I want to see what's going on. Maybe I'll have some advice.
I think there are definitely a lot of creators.
Is that the fighting game guy? Wait, EO plays fighting games? I think he let himself get one guide too much. I agree. That's a pretty much common trait amongst the gacha community. Now, there are other people. There are some people who can handle getting one guide and turning it into content, but it's certainly not EO. I don't really know. I can't remember the content creator's name, but yeah, there are some people who can handle getting one guide and then clown on it, but some people just can't handle it.
Creators that let online negative comments get in.
I think sometimes as well, when it comes to content creators, if they build the whole character around being good at a game, or being good at games, and then it doesn't happen, I think that can be that's like, I can understand maybe getting a little bit upset then because you've built your whole character around it. But then again, it's like, it's really not that deep, man. You know what I mean? Like I say, unless you're fucking, I suppose if you're getting paid because you're good and that's what makes you money, then I suppose it could be stressful because you're like, you know, because really content creators need to be entertaining first and foremost, aren't they? But there is some genuinely top level, high earning content creators. Obviously, it's all subjective. But they can play and stream and not talk and not be entertaining, but they're insanely good at a game. You know, they're like the top 1% of the top 1%, and they're that good that people are there to watch them be sick at a video game and learn, or just watch somebody, like, you know, show you how it's done, kind of thing. And I suppose, like, if you then fall off in terms of your skill, which, you know, or a new game comes out and you can't transition those skill sets into that game, then I can understand that maybe a little bit of extra stress, because it makes sense then, because it's like, I don't know, it's like being a bricklayer and all of a sudden you're fucking shit at laying bricks. It's like, fuck, this is stressing me out, man. This is how I make my money. So I can understand that. But, you know, at the end of the day, if people are there just to watch you, does it really fucking matter if you're good at the video game or not? Laugh along with the people laughing at you, really. But I suppose if you like say, if it is your bread and butter, then it's different.
I think one thing that could be good is it's free, quote unquote free content, right? It's quote unquote free drama content. Then at that point, you gotta ask yourself, do you want to go down the path of being the drama tuber? Where
I would like to make one thing very clear. I'm not a drama YouTuber. I am a drama guy. Okay? I want to make that very clear. I do this shit 24/7. I'm nosy as fuck. I love hearing about other people's drama. I love watching drama series. I think it's awesome. I think that's what makes the world fun, is seeing what dumb shit people do.
That's true, though. That's why there's so much reality TV in it, man. People love that shit, you know? As somebody who doesn't really necessarily, like, deal with it in a content sense, I do love to see that sort of stuff, you know? Like, this whole Boogie situation of recently, it's like, it's been pure fucking cinema, man. I've been loving it, you know? I watched the detractor channels for, like, Wings of Redemption and DSP. I love that shit, man. Like, shit cracks me up. Like, those guys don't understand how funny they are sometimes, especially DSP, because he's so lacking self-awareness. Like, the shit is hilarious, man. Like, I love that sort of drama. Some of the, like, more just kind of, like, back and forth between people that's, like, dragged out and is probably a little bit more serious, even though that stuff with Boogie is super serious, but Boogie's a lol cow. You know, when he starts to get into sort of, like, grape stuff and, like, you know, all that other stuff, like, that sort of stuff doesn't interest me so much because it's like, oh, that's deep and that's real world shit. But, like, when it's, like, content level drama, I fucking love it, man, because it is cinema. Not somebody who actually, like, puts myself into it, but I love to sit on the sidelines and just watch a house burning, like, you know?
And then figuring out the dumb ideas to get out of it, and then they make it worse. And you know what I get to do? I get to stay on the sidelines and make...
Exactly. That's exactly what's been so great. That's what's so great about the Wing stuff in general, man. And the Boogie stuff and the DSP stuff as well, because it's just like... There's always a situation that typically, this Boogie stuff's different. There's typically like, it's not that big of a deal, but they somehow manage to turn it into this massive fucking problem. And it's just like, you can't help but like, it's like seeing a pile up on the road. You can't help but just watch, you know? It's like, dude, this is a disaster, but I'm so invested right now.
Make fun of them. It's the best thing ever. It's the best thing ever. And then I keep doing that until the drama comes at me, and then I'm like, ugh. Because my own drama's not fun. But
well, that's the problem sometimes inserting yourself in, especially as a bigger creator and reacting to it a lot of the time, isn't it? You know, sometimes the eye turns towards you, and if you've said certain things or you've done certain things, you know, it's always never fun to be in that situation. That's why, like I say, I don't really necessarily dabble with it, but I love to watch it.
Laughing at other people's drama is hilarious. Like, it is the... Can we agree with that? Drama's fucking awesome until it's about you. Right? Like, that's the good shit. That is...
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's like when you see a couple arguing when you're out in public. You know, it's funny as fucking you. You know, like, there's no denying it. Shit's funny. It's like, oh, shit, fuck. Ooh. What did he say? What did she do? But, like, you know, you don't want to be having an argument with your missus in public because then that shit is not funny.
It's the good shit. Oh, it's so fucking good. I want to slop that shit up, bro. Delicious.
Your content is basically calling out these negative. Are they worth? Is it worth the trade? Are you gonna exchange your middle turret for your inhibitor? Are you gonna split push top lane when dragons come up? Right? Is it?
That's a very, I don't know why chat's spamming Dicktone. I think this is a really good analogy, and I would like to say I'm really proud of Mr. Pokey here, man. He's come a very, very, very long way, and it makes me happy that he's providing some insight to his peers, and I think this is a very important message to get out, and obviously I've been saying this shit for years, but the more people saying the same message, the more it actually gets around, so, you know, huge respect to Mr. Pokey for saying this. I fucking love this guy, man.
It's one of the most important things you can learn in life in general, that is balance. You know, balance in whatever it might be. Learning to just take a moment, have a bit of an introspective look at yourself, and, you know, trying not to put too much energy into things that just don't matter. And I think it's something that it's hard to do as you're young, you know? And a perfect way to describe it is like when you're young, how intense relationships can be, whether friends, whether people at school, whether girlfriends, boyfriends, you know, like everything's super intense, isn't it? Like, and it's like, you know, oh my God, this is like the end of the world when stuff goes wrong. And then you look back on it as an adult and you're like, that was so, you know, just didn't matter. It was such a small thing. And I think this is just something as you start to grow, you know, and hopefully by the time you're in your early to mid 20s, you're starting to learn those things and really starting to reflect and learning the balance of things that so many things just don't require your energy in life. And once you start to learn that, life's a lot better.
I really do. He checked in on me while I was gone. I really appreciated that. A lot of content creators did. A lot of content creators. A lot of females checked in on me in DMs and in real life. It was great. But yeah, it was a very good time, and it really went to show the people who I know are my homies and who aren't. But then again, some people get busy, so I don't hold it against them. But I mean, there was even some people, and this made me really fucking. There was a couple people who I'm not used to this shit, guys. I'm not used to this shit. There's a lot of people who I admire in real life, and a lot of them offered to hang out with me in real life, and we went on like a drive.
That sort of stuff does mean a lot, though, man. That does. You know, just like, if you've got real friends who you consider friends, it is always worth now and again just checking out, just to, you know, how's things, man? You know, just a little, how's things? You know what I mean? You know, it matters. And sometimes we're all guilty of not doing that because, like he says, you know, like gets busy. But like, you know, it's always worth that. It can mean a lot to people sometimes. You know, just a quick question of like, yo, how's things, man? How's the family? Are you doing all right? You know what I mean? It can help out a lot.
Drive, we went for like a walk, and it was very nice, and it makes me happy how good friends I have. And yeah, my friends, not my chat. Oh my God, I'm so parasocial with my fucking viewership. It's insane. But even had a little party of people who just wanted to spend time with me because they knew I was, you know, I was getting used to some new shit. I was processing a lot of dumb shit and letting go of a lot of shit in personal life. Internet, I really did miss streaming. I really did miss streaming. But yeah,
No, it's insane. You do, man. You do. Like, you know, even from somebody like me, who, like I say, got a tiny channel. Sometimes, you know, barely anybody will turn up, if anybody. Sometimes, you know, sometimes I'll be streaming for like an hour and there's literally nobody around. I miss it, man. Like when I'm not doing it, like, I want to get live, man. Like I do. Like sometimes when I'm playing video games off stream, like I enjoy it and I love it sometimes. But then sometimes I'm like, man, I just kind of want to be streaming now to nobody. You know?
I'm at the point where I realize I have a lot of good friends, and it is crazy for me to say out loud, and I really hope that doesn't change. But yeah, a lot of really good motherfuckers in this space, bro. Like a lot of really good motherfuckers.
You're worth. So that's gonna be up to you. I think like one example that Tectone, I think Tectone does it excellently. I think Tectone does it absolutely brilliantly because he can take it. He can absolutely take all of the drama comments, all of the haters, all of the. He absolutely loves this online persona that he puts up and farms the fuck out of it, right? And he's.
Hey, if you want to come into my chat and say some dumb shit, please do. I need YouTube videos for my Clips channel, more Tectone. I need that shit fucking badly. So if you want to come here and
he smiled on his face then when Polka was saying that, he was loving the
say
ego
some
stroke.
dumb shit, bro, please do. Please come into my chat and call me a slur. Please.
I do agree with that, though, what he just said, though. He does, you know, he'll give it out, he'll dish it out, but Takedown genuinely will, you know. He'll, like, he's one of those guys, he will take it, like, which is the best way to be, isn't it? You know, if you are going to be one of those people that's, you know, loves all that stuff, and, you know, you want to give it out, give out the shit, you know, dish it out, you gotta be willing to take it, ain't you? Nothing worse than one of those, like, you know, even in real life, you know, one of those friends that, like, they love to fucking, you know, have the banter, take the piss, and then the second somebody says something to him, they're just like, you know, they get all their knickers in a twist, like, it's like, dude, fuck off, man.
Please.
It's worse than somebody, that's way worse than somebody who, like, gets offended by everything, but at least they just don't, you know, they never say boo to a goose, whatever, you know what I mean? I can't stand people like that who love to fucking insult people and have a joke, and then the second it gets fucking Uno reversed on them, they're like fucking crying about it.
It would mean the world to me. Thank you.
Very, very good at what he does. But you kind of need to be constructed alternatively to deal with this. Because the
built different, man. You gotta be built different.
The more you make drama, it's kind of like the more you stare into the abyss will stare right back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I have so many people who say that I'm the reason for all the drama. No, I'm not. I'm the reason for some drama, right? But the majority of the drama that I've been involved with were started by other people's. I mean, pretty much started by the other people, right? Even these other motherfuckers say, "Oh, I've never said your name directly." Well, it doesn't matter. You shit talked everything.
Apparently, the girls Frontline 2 English Twitter accounts. Oh, I have to check that out in a bit.
That I stood for. Like if you were to say, "Oh, dude, all white people who are 6'6", bald, and play gotcha games, and their names start with the letter J, and their online handle starts with the letter T. Oh, they're all gay. Fuck them all. Right? Well, I didn't say your name, so why are you coming to me? Oh.
Yeah, dude, people used to do that back in the day, still do it, but that was one of the things that used to trigger me sometimes. You know, people did that on Facebook. It's like, fuck, dude, just say the fucking name, man. You know, you're clearly alluding to the person you're saying, like, blatantly alluding to the person. But like, when that person might like hit you up and be like, "What the fuck, bro?" You know, whoa, I didn't say it was you, man. It's like, come on, bro, fuck off. Yeah, you did. You just all but name, you know?
'Cause you a bitch. 'Cause you a bitch. And I have 5 brain cells that work that let me at least go, oh, he's talking about me. It's already bad enough that people call me the fucking T word in their chat. Okay? Don't think I'm dumb, man. And my chat, there's a lot of them.
T word? What, literally the T word? Wow. That's kind of funny still. Kind of funny still.
They're in everybody's chat. They see fucking everything. My chat sees everything. And then you know what they do? They bring those clips.
So, wait. I wasn't talking about TechDown, man. The T word. That's kind of funny though, so I like that.
They bring it to me. And they say, Master. Master. He speaks ill of you, Master. Kill him. Do you want me to kill him? I say, yes, good one, my child. Good one, my child. I will smite them
Work for me, minion.
down immediately, my little rats. Thank you, little rats.
The more you feed into this drama content, the more you will create drama. And for Terradon, he can handle it. But I would say that it does take a different degree of mental build, right? Maybe Terradon is running the STR build, you're running the generate, you know, Dex build or whatever. You do need to be built a little bit differently in order to deal with this. Because the more you do it, the more it's gonna come back. And at what point can you call it quits? It will be very, very hard. Because at that point, if you want, okay, you know what? It's too much. It's too tough.
Joel saying it, man. What is it? You live by the sword, you die by the sword, man. You play with fire, you're going to get burned. If you want to play with fire, you got to realize you're going to get burned. You just got to suck it up, man. Too many people nowadays, especially on the internet. You know, this is a tale as old as time. You know, there's always been people like that. It's just the internet allows more and more people to do that. You know, and the slapbacks bigger, should we say? Because you know, it's not just maybe the people in your you know, your immediate circle. It's the fucking world. It's like, you know, if you know, you're gonna fuck around, man. You just got to accept to get fucked with. And for people to retaliate, and some people are just going to be able to take that shit, and if you're not going to be able to take that shit, you shouldn't really be dealing with that shit in the first place. But then, as again, this goes back to, if you're going to be on the internet, you've got to have a thick skin. You know, and there's stuff that affects everybody, of course, but then you've just got to learn to use things like the hide comments, banning people, fucking muting people in video games and stuff, and just moving on with your life, man. It's not that deep, you know?
Toxic. I can't do the hate
You gotta
anymore.
build up that jaded armor, for real, man. Yeah, you gotta build up that fucking defense, man. You gotta buff that shit, you know what I mean? Make sure you got counter, you're parrying good, your DPS is at a decent level, but first and foremost, that defense has got to be high, man. You're going with that tank build, you know? And if you ain't, you're gonna struggle.
I don't call anymore. At that point,
and that's just in life in general. You know, that'll get you through a lot of things. And I think this is a thing that most people struggle with through the teenage years. You know, that's why teenagers tend to be quite emotional, because you're learning all this sort of stuff, you know. And as you get older, that's why you see, like, most old people just don't give a fuck, do they? Because they've learned that shit. They're like, you know what, I ain't here for long enough to deal with this shit anymore, man. Fuck you.
The community,
and I think the earlier you learn that, the better, man.
Will only know you as the drama guy. Because all you have been doing for the past...
It's the best.
...couple of months is just calling out drama. So, it's a...
Here's the thing, man, and I stand on this shit.
You know, a perfect example for me, Keemstar. You know, Keemstar, like, has dabbled in the drama for a long time. You know, fucking hell, he created Drama Alert. And, you know, let's say he did some questionable stuff back in the day, you know. But the thing with Keemstar, man, he can take that shit, man. You know, that's one thing, like, I've seen so many interactions with Keem and people going at Keem. Dude can fucking take it. Do you know what I mean? He's like that, say, he's that built from the Halo days, the Call of Duty days, where, you know, that's just how it was. And for me personally as well, like, coming from those times as well, not that I'm saying that that's what's molding me, but, like, you know, just growing up around lads, especially in a working class Midlands town, that's just how shit is. You know, I think that's just British people are kind of like that in general. You know what I mean? That's just how we are. Like, a lot of people from other countries get well, what the fuck, dude? Like, you know, is this how you lot talk to each other? And it's like, yeah, man, it's a sign of endearment. You know what I mean? So when people do genuinely insult you, it's just like, whatever, man. It's like water off a duck's back. You know what I mean?
And I mean this with my whole soul. It is not drama to call out issues with a video game. It is
no. Yeah, that's fair.
Not drama to call out issues with the company. It's not. It's simply not. It's about doing what's right and holding people accountable. Okay, you know what drama is? Here's what drama is. I think this guy's guide videos aren't very good, and my guide videos are better, so you should watch me instead. Right? That's drama. What's not drama is, hey, this guy came after my personal relationship, so I'm going to ruin his fucking life. That's just doing what needs to be fucking done. And if you want to label...
Agree, but that's drama, though. That's cinema, you know? That's cinema still.
That is drama, you can, but for the people involved, that's just not drama. That's drama for y'all. That's not drama.
Hey, cheers, man. I was just say, yeah, I know you told me it's that, don't worry about it, bro. You know,
that is holding people accountable for what they need to be held accountable for.
All it means is one step closer to oblivion.
How it goes. Petty matters are drama.
Stop caring about that shit when I turn 20.
Are not drama, my opinion, as well as holding companies accountable.
Very, very double-edged sword. I know for me myself, I ain't gonna do all that, right? I have way too little time in the world. I just want to play games. I want to play games I like. I want to chill with my chat, you know, even though my chat hates me. And yeah, and still maintain a 7.
I think video games are fine, but I think it's way more fun to provide commentary on shit that nobody asked you to commentate on. I think that's awesome. That shit's great.
Of my sanity.
Can we still note how fucking pissed off EO looks here? I've never seen bro look more angry. I need to watch.
Like, what is this in reference to? Is Pokey making this video in reference to EO? Like, what went down? Like, I'm interested in like what this video is about now. Like, that's got Pokey talking about all this because, like, you know, he's obviously got bent up on something.
So that is my.
And I'm guessing it's a reaction to his community on something that you know that he's done. It looks like, is he watching a video here? Was this message to Mr. Pokey's message to Gacha content creator? Was that said that the Zenless Zone situation is embarrassing?
Nuclear neutral opinion. Okay, cool.
I think this is a great take, and yeah, just let me deal with everything. I'll handle it like I always do, and yeah, it makes me very happy that a very good friend of mine, Mr. Pokey, made a very mature take about this, and I think the more people who talk about this, the better. I know Hex Juice and Gotcha Smack have also talked about this, and I love them all very dearly. I think it's good. I think it's good. Just let Baldy take care of it. Okay, you see some dumb shit, just DM me the video, DM me the post, I'll handle it. And, you know, like Lelouch, eventually I will retire from YouTube in 5 to 10 years, and then I'll bring all the negative PR with me, and all of you guys will be guilt-free. Okay, so I will be the bad guy for everyone. I will AoE taunt everything. And then when I retire,
build that enmity.
The community's squeaky clean. Now, I am very disappointed because I thought the community was going to be good in my absence, but instead they were the worst they've ever been. But don't worry, guys. And I learned this from Asmongold. Okay, there always must be a Lich King.
There's polarized.
Okay, and when I'm back, and now that I am back, I will control all of the crazy motherfuckers again. So now I am one.
I'm curious to see what that video was. I think this might be that video that I don't know if it is. It could just be totally not related, but like that's a video that seemed it was like in the background of that Mr. Pokey video when he was talking about that. And I'm guessing the way he was talking, it was in reference to, obviously, reacting to online hate and what people think. So let's have a look. Let's see if it is.
A big problem that I have right now with the gacha gaming community as a whole is how they treat creators. It's really weird. Main point being is that I know the real issue that Wuthering Waves has as toxic of a community as it is. There are issues right now within the Zenless space where you have a large abundance of viewers migrating to Zenless, and they're not watching from a supportive standpoint. Zenless is getting talked about right now for all the wrong reasons. Game's bad. It's too mashy. It's not good. can't get what I want. I don't want to spend money on the game. No one should spend money on this game. They're hate watching. It's the same reason that all these shows on Netflix kind of like blow up, is because they're hate watching whatever. So in this particular case, when it comes to Zenless, a lot of the community is hate watching. Now you get into a little bit.
Dude, this is the thing. This is a Tyler's oldest time. When it comes to content creation and video games. Man, I remember back in the day, like, you know, if you like battle royales and stuff as well, you know, like you had PUBG and then you had Fortnite, which were like the OGs. Obviously, I know there was like the Armor one before that. They were like the OGs that blew up. And then, like, you know, when other ones have come out, people are just fucking like hate watching for that. It's like, fucking so what, you know? It's just again, going back to what I'm guessing this is what made Mr. Pokey make that video. Just don't put your energy into it. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, if you enjoy it, play it. If the community doesn't, don't let them sway your views on it. You know, if the views are still coming in for you, and you're not going against what you genuinely believe or and sticking true to yourself, you know, just keep doing what you do, man.
Bit deeper of what's going on. Who is hate watching? The obvious answer is not Zenless players, right? People that are in the Zenless are not hate watching, so you can remove them from the equation. Now you look at who else is there. You have Genshin Impact, Wuthering Waves, and Honkai Star Rail. I'm gonna tell you what, Honkai Star Rail players are not hate watching Zenless.
Obviously, none of this matters, because at the end of the day, you shouldn't give any weight to what people are doing in that regard. I don't think you can actually say that. Obviously, maybe he's going to give some reason why he doesn't believe that, but you can't say that. It's like, I saw it a lot with Wuthering Waves when that first came out. There was a lot of Genshin players and running up to me just saying the most absurd things, and, you know, the Genshin Andes were wiling out, you know, and I guess some of the Wuthering Waves community are doing the same thing as well. I definitely do think there's a little bit of a superiority complex with Wuthering Waves players. I know I joke about it all the time and say all that sort of stuff, but, you know, it's, in my opinion, I think it is the best gacha out at the minute as well. I think it's better than Genshin, but I think, like, you know, because Genshin's been having its issues for a while, and I think, in my opinion, these games come out, it's better in majority of the, you know, in a lot of regards. Obviously, there's some things it's just not, you know, subjectively, objectively, whatever. You know, I won't go into all those things, but, you know, it's better in some ways and not in other ways, but I just think it's a better game. I think there is some people within that space who've like, whoa, hey, I'm playing the real gacha game. This is the tippity top. And there is going to be that, but who cares? You know, who cares, man? That's just a thing. Like, Christ, when Valorant come out, man, you had some of the CS players who were just like fucking idiots about the Valorant, you know, saying all the shit that they were saying, and then you get the same with Valorant. And, man, like, Valorant is that new community in that. Like, the Valorant community is like some of the fucking worst community going, but at the same time, it's fucking hilarious. I've had some hilarious nights on Valorant because the people are so toxic and retarded, you can't help but laugh at it. And that's the way I see it with this sort of stuff as well. You know, been around the block enough times to just be like, whatever, you know?
They're either playing another game.
This is why I don't really delve too much into the community side of any video game, if I'm honest, you know? If there's systems within a game that generates a community for you to do content, you know, like an MMO or something, whatever, you delve into that. In something like Valorant, you know, in meeting up with people, playing with people, talking with people to bring up tactics, random people, because I tend to play solo. But when it comes to that community side of things, I really just don't delve into it too much, because it's like, I'm not after that parasocial relationship with the community in a video game, whether from a creative standpoint or just from a person who's playing a video game. I have not got that desire to do that. And that way, then you just don't have to deal with that shit, like, you know what I mean? And even if you do, just so what? Like, you know, you've only got to go on Reddit enough to see how people can be. Just let it slide, man. It's no big deal.
Or they're playing Star Rail. That's it. They don't do that, right? They're not hate watching anything else.
But as I say, you can see I was a bit of a younger dude anyway, so, you know, like I said, this is something in a couple of years' time. You'll be like, who gives a fuck? I don't care.
So now we can bump them out of the equation. You now have Genshin and Wuthering Waves, and this is where it gets tricky. I call these particular players.
Dude, that's why I fuck the community to stay away from any and all groups, because there's always drama. Exactly, dude. Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, just enjoy the game, man. You know what I mean? If the community is you know, intersected into the game in a way that matters to what you're doing, then fair enough, interact with it. But other than that, I just don't bother. This is why, like, when it comes to a lot of the information that comes out with a lot of the games that I play, unless it's something I'm actually interested in and I want to look up, I tend not to know what's going on, like, especially with drama and issues with things within the video game, maybe a bug, or maybe not so much a bug, or just like future updates and stuff, because I just don't really look into what the community's talking about that much, so I just don't see it, like, you know, unless I'm reacting to another content creator. I'm not in Discords, really. I'm not in I'm not on any real. I'm on a couple of Reddit pages, but that's usually just for information that's got nothing to do with the community side of things. It's more just news, something that I could use for a video or something like that. The only time I ever join Discord servers really is, you know, if it's to get a beta test or to learn about an upcoming release. And beyond that, it's like, I don't care.
Neo Genshin, whatever, right? The Neo Genshin community. What does that mean? Genshin Impact, from what we know, if you've been around the Genshin Impact community for a long time, or even experienced it for a little bit, you know that the Genshin Impact community has a renowned, they're infamous for being toxic. They're infamous for being super toxic, right?
To be fair, that is true. But I think any game that gets to a certain degree of size, which Genshin did, it got big. There's always going to be that. There's toxic people in every community. The community gets bigger. The toxic element of the community gets bigger. That's why I like to say, again, shouldn't have this parasocial relationship with communities in video games, for one, because it's just not good for you. Parasocial relationships, anyway, inherently are negative. And two, you know, it's just too much energy on shit that really doesn't matter. And, you know, just enjoy what you enjoy and don't let too many people get you down. And if that means just not interacting with it, if you're a little bit thinner skinned, then do that. Or if you do interact with it, just learn that it really doesn't fucking matter, you know?
Which is fine, to their own bubble. Keep the toxicity within your own bubble, leave it there. They bleed out into everyone else's bubble. Genshin, well,
that's going to happen, isn't it? That's the whole point of toxic people and toxic communities. They're toxic. They're not going to be like, well, I'll respect the borders here. We've got, you know, there's rules of the underground, you know, street rules here. Honor amongst thieves, you know. We'll stick to our area. You stick to your area. It's, you know?
Toxic side, not all of Genshin Impact community, but that particular toxic side is super anti anything Genshin. Well, recently, Wuthering Waves came out. Wuthering Waves also had to deal with the Genshin Impact toxicity, right?
Yeah.
The community's toxicity. Oh, why would you play Wuthering when Genshin is the better game? Genshin has all these things that Wuthering is copying from. You know, Wuthering is actually a copycat of Genshin, right? You know, Genshin's getting endgame too. Did you know that Genshin Impact is actually super free-to-play friendly? You can get whatever character you want. All you have to do is play the game for 364 days. That's not hard at all. I've played this game for at least 727 days, so you could do 300. No problem whatsoever. Oh, you wanted... It's too much, okay? So there's all these reasons why they were Genshin versus Wuthering. Wuthering comes out. Wuthering does super good. Wuthering has a very positive...
Dude, I remember, like I say, the old days. Like, the Halo Call of Duty stuff, and then it was the Halo Battlefield stuff, you know, like to the point where like there was like flame wars on YouTube between Battlefield and Call of Duty, and people used to like really get invested in like, oh yeah, but our game's got kill streaks, and like, you know, we've got so many players and blah 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 blah, and we've got fucking, you know, prestiges, and then Battlefield will be like, well, I got destructibility and we can fly jets, and there's, you know, there's so many players, and who plays Battlefield on a console, you know, to the point where like you had content creators making like rap battles between the two communities. Obviously that was a little bit more lighthearted. That shit's been around for ages, man, and it's never gonna go away, you know what I mean? That's why you just gotta learn to accept that this ain't nothing new. It's not the first, it's never gonna be the last, and it's just deal with it. Like,
reception to the community, whether that be from Wuthering players, Star Up players, people waiting on Zenless that are trying Wuthering, or Genshin Impact players. Whatever it was, Wuthering had a great launch. I think people misunderstand how quickly Kuro was able to recover on Wuthering Waves. Wuthering Waves would have hit the fucking tank. They would have sunk if they didn't do what they did. They needed to give us free pulls, the free character selector, the weapon banner. There was a lot of things Wuthering had to do to stay afloat and then get to, hey, now we can swim on our own. We're chilling, we're good, which is wonderful, because now we get, now we can pay attention to the things that matter. Now you don't hear people talking about, bro, Wuthering Wave has no story. The story's ass. No, what do you hear now? This story is fire. Did y'all see that thing with Jinxie and the dragon? Yo, that was clean. Did you see the new thing with Chain Li? Yo, that was fire. That's what they're talking about. Now we have all the positives about Wuthering Waves. Oh,
true.
The combat's great, bro. The combat is perfect. I'm gonna talk about that in a bit too, because that pisses me off. Combat's great. Cool. Now we can get into the problems. And I'll go over like because I just started the game again, so I'm gonna try it out and see where it goes. But 1.1 was supposed to fix a lot of issues. The original reason that I stopped playing WoW. The original reason I stopped playing Wuthering Waves isn't because I don't like Wuthering Waves. It's because I felt like it was not respectful of my time. If a game doesn't respect my time, I don't want to play it. I don't want to
fair comment.
Spend money on it. I don't want to play it. I don't want to do anything with it. Why? Simply because it's too time. Like, I don't have all
time's money, man. Time's money. If you don't feel like your time's being respected, or you're not enjoying it, you know, then that's the best thing to do. Step away. That's what people should do.
All the time in the world, especially as a content creator. I need to make content, plan content, record content, edit content, send it off to get edited, anything of the sort. I have to do all of that. If a game semi requires me to be on the game for X period of time, X period being hours, in order to get what I need from it, it becomes a problem. Now, you'll ask yourself, well, you don't have to grind for echoes. You don't have to grind for the perfect stats. You don't. But as a content creator, it's almost mandatory, especially given the fact.
I disagree with that. I think it depends on the type of content creator you are. I think if you're a guide character content creator, then I think whatever video game you're playing, I think it's almost mandatory that you're going to have to grind some element of the game, because you've got to hit all avenues. If you're showing off how to build the best, you've got to pretty much try everything, haven't you? If you're trying to learn people how to play a game, you've kind of got to, you know, I think that just comes with content creation, and I don't think that's necessarily a game problem. That's a content creator problem, and I am definitely of the opinion that games, although content creators are important to promoting games, I definitely don't think games should be designed specifically with content creators in mind, no more than games should really design their game for esports. At the end of the day, that's a small portion of the audience, which is important to a degree in terms of advertising. And if you're creating a game that's esports, heavily esports catered, like, you know, something like CSGO or Valorant, but at the end of the day, if the game doesn't cater to the mass audience, no one's going to give a fuck about the esport. That's just how it is. You know, if there's not an audience for the game in general, there's going to be no esport, because no one's going to care to watch it. It's not going to be profitable. So there's going to be no money in being good at the game and being a professional. So I definitely, I don't think using your content creator brain in the way a game should be designed is the best way to look at how games should be designed, in my opinion. I'm not saying that that's exactly what he's doing here, but just saying that, you know, in that regard, I don't think games should cater to, well, I'm a guide channel, man. I can't be playing this game because it doesn't respect my time. That's fine if you've got that attitude. You know, you can be like, you know what, the way I make content, this game doesn't work for me. That's fine. But I don't think it's well, it's fair to say it doesn't respect your time, but that doesn't necessarily the game is unrespectful of people's time because you need it to be a certain way, because you create content in a certain way, and you need to hit all of these points to get the content up, if that makes sense.
That Kuro, despite everyone that is a content creator being in Kuro's ear, and I mean everyone, no one's under NDA, so I can openly say this. Me, Tectone, Legions, Fob, Zox, anybody, everyone who had any form of connection to Kuro told them, you need to do this thing that Hoyoverse does, which is give creators some type of early access or media server, or you need to do something to give it to them so that they can make good content without feeling like they're rushed on the main game, like on the actual.
See, I kind of disagree with that. I suppose maybe that's because I'm a small content creator and I've never benefited from anything like that. But again, I don't think game developers should be changing the way a game is made to suit content creators. I think they should listen to content creators in how a game performs, how it plays, all that sort of stuff. But I don't think they should ever cater a game to allow content creators to pump content out. I don't, and I understand that content creators nowadays are a massive form of advertisement for video games and for a lot of IPs and entertainment in general, but I still don't think that that's how the game should be designed, you know? And I'm not saying that they shouldn't listen to content creators, because they definitely should, because I think content creators do have good input sometimes, because especially when they can take from their audience, they can take a lot of varied opinions with their own opinion and present it to developers to say, look, this is what I think, and this is what a lot of people who watch me think. This is something that should be implemented into the game. But I don't think a game should be designed in a particular way that allows content creators to make better content faster. I don't think that makes the game better for the general audience. It might make it better for them, and it might advertise the game better, but it doesn't necessarily mean the game's going to be better.
Actual live server. What does Kuro do? We don't want to do that. Nah, we don't want to do that. In fact, we want you to make an ad. We'll pay certain people. We'll pay an ad for. We'll give y'all some ads. We'll pay for the ads. But you can't use this footage for anything but this one 30-second ad. If we see that the ad or this footage is in a guide video, clapped. Copyright strike. No. So no one does anything.
Has that been happening? I don't know. I don't know if that's been happening.
It's a problem. So not on top of like how they rushed out the Yinland banner, which I don't think was a bad and a good thing, right? It's like kind of neutral. But
I don't think it was a bad or a good thing, but I think it was a necessary thing. Just with what's going on with the Huyo game, they've got to be smart. They can't be having their stuff mirroring up with the updates for Huyo games. It's just, you know, they're a smaller company. They've got to be smart in that sense. And how maybe that affects content creators, like, shit, you know, I've got to adjust my timetable now. Doesn't really matter in my opinion. And if it's going to help the game to succeed, I think that's a decision that needs to be made by them. And yeah, I agree with that. I'm totally neutral on that, really.
On top of all these things that happen, content creators having these issues and not respecting my time, that's where I say it becomes a problem for like me in particular. So that's what I say. I understand.
That's unfair points, you know. That's what I say. That's the best thing to do. If all of those things bother you, just don't play, man.
Understand that people who were already playing the game didn't really care. Like, oh, I spend the game. I'll play the game all day. It's fine, whatever. Me, I'm not playing the game all day. I have to play the game and then get shafted on RNG, and it's different for they're two sides of the same coin, right?
Obviously, the RNG can be super harsh sometimes. I admit that, but that should change if it needs to change in the sense of making it better for the overall player base, not just better for content creators. Because like, dude, I ain't gonna be able to get a video out today. That a game should never be catered in that sense, in my opinion.
They're both evil in a way. For instance, Star Rail, I could spend all that resources or all the stamina grinding for relics and just not get what I'm looking for. In Wuthering, I can grind for echoes all day and eventually get the main stat that I'm looking for, but then when I roll it, it won't be there, right?
That's true. That's true.
Let's say that it takes you 7 hours. For whatever reason, it takes you 7 hours to find a crit rate, main stat crit rate on whatever boss you're looking for. You roll it, and the bitch goes all flat stats. You just wasted 7 hours. You cannot.
I agree with that. That's why, for me, I spent a long time just farming echoes and not rolling them for quite a while. I remember when there was all that thing, I'm just going to wait for 1.1 update to see what happens with all the materials regarding echoes and stuff. So I suppose that I've got a little bit of a different opinion in that. But I must admit, I've burnt through so many mats now because upgrading so many dead echoes is super annoying. But that's more of a problem for the wider audience, I think. And worrying about trying to rush everything and min-max everything super quick for content, though, I think it's a less of a problem, because I think that's just a problem in video games in general now. We spoke about this the other day, didn't we, in stream, about how everybody's got to get through everything super quick now. I've got to get through everything, and it's all got to be done within a super quick time. Otherwise, fuck this shit. I'm on to the next thing. And that's fair enough. If people want to play things like that and they want to do it for content, that's fair enough. But I think you can't expect the game to cater to that specific part of the community necessarily. At the end of the day, you want longevity and you want the game to be good overall. But I'm not saying that the ecosystem isn't annoying, and it does need to be, pardon me, even if the RNG is not changed, they need to be a lot more generous in the mats to give you, so it doesn't feel like the time situation doesn't bother me so much, but the mat system's annoying. Because I'm not trying to min-max everything straight away. Like, I'm just playing through the game, man. You know what I mean?
Cannot get those 7 hours back. The concept of time doesn't exist to certain people in the community, certain groups of community, right?
That's fair.
Y'all are saying just roll better, you're trolls, but It doesn't exist to certain folks within the community. You guys are saying roll better. It's not about
Yeah, true. You got to get good, man.
rolling better. It's about time, but the respecting of time. Getting lucky and not being lucky has nothing to do with like an answer, right? The answer cannot be just roll better or get lucky. The problem is time. You need to invest time, no matter how long it takes, into getting whatever it is that you're looking for. Now you get into the resource requirement for being able to do this stuff. How many resources do I need per character? How many resources do I need per weapon? How limited am I on leveling up these characters? We've all seen it. We've all seen the complaints going from, what is it, level 40 or tacit level 35 to 40 or 40 to 50, and the rewards don't increase. Hey man, instead of getting 2 of the rewards, you get 3.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's true, man. That is a shitty thing in the game. It really is. Hold on, let's try this fucking game again, man. I'm getting pissed off. I think I'm just gonna get off, you know. Play it tomorrow. It's fucking midnight, man. I ain't played any video games. I've been live for 4 hours. I ain't played a lick of a video game. Bruh. Why is Biden dropping out of the presidential race? I don't know. Fuck this shit. Alright, we ain't playing this game today then. Fuck the game. You know what I mean? We'll have to play tomorrow. I'm gonna get back from food. For fuck's sake, man. Like, Amazon strikes again, I guess, you know? I know it's something you should just expect nowadays. Online games, fucking, but just like, oh, bro, it's so fucking boring. You know? Yeah, alright then. I'm gonna call it there, boys. I am gonna call it there. I know Neil's popping back in a bit, but it's midnight. I am gonna go chill. Yeah. Fucking super annoying. I was hoping to play some Throne and Liberty. Hopefully, can play tomorrow. It doesn't even seem like there's anything from the devs, like, you know, I don't think it's a smaller thing. Like, I don't see many people really talking about it either. Yeah, there is. Some people are having the issue as well. Yeah, alright, cool. Yeah, ain't gonna be able to play the game. We'll try it out tomorrow. Once you get back from food, probably live around tea time-ish tomorrow. Yeah, catch you later, guys. Thank you very much. Love your faces. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.